I'm just getting rid of all of the really low numbers now.
It's just cleaning up the bad numbers, you know?
Yeah.
Gotta get the bad vibes out the way at the beginning. Okay, is everybody almost ready to go? We're gonna get started.
Pretty much.
Cool, bet. You know what I'm gonna ask all of you? Who wants to give a recap? Should be an easy recap, so if you want to get out the rotation and get it out the way now, I would recommend it.
I mean, I can do it if no one else wants
I
to.
can
It's
do it.
pretty- I won't allow Solon.
Okay. 3-minute recap.
Okay.
So basically, team had gotten back previous. Solon avoided therapy while everyone else went to therapy, and then we decided to. A group decided to go to see Rhett at the blacksmith, and I forget where the other group decided to go.
They went to get tacos.
Did they get tacos?
They in
Hell
fact
yeah.
get tacos.
That's what I forgot. It was
Brian was unable to
insignificant.
find the cure in time.
Oh
There
yeah,
was a
And
lot of
nine.
tacos.
That was a whole lot of tacos.
A whole lot of tacos.
So they get tacos. Brian got poisoned. Party favors all around. You know, good shit. And the group that went to the blacksmith. I'm stalling so I can finally get my notes up. Give me a second. I'm stalling.
Hello, y'all.
This is the wrong vault.
Why,
Hold
hello?
on. Hold on.
What's going on?
The
Hold
recap
on.
is going on and he's stalling
Hold
because
on.
he's in the wrong vault.
Okay, I have my right notes now. Okay, so the group that went to the vault found out that Arya was alive. Apollyon dropped off his plans for Solon's new arm. I forgot what you were doing, Bridwin. Your armor. You were like getting your armor fashioned or something, right?
Cridwin was getting the final touches of his armor.
Right. And then from there, they decided to go to the med center and see Anna, which turned out grim. Yes. Which turned out she had a hole in her face, and not the normal ones.
Yeah, she's got like B cancer basically.
Yeah.
She has cancer.
Bancer.
Solon now has a paranoia debuff. Natalia, her nurse, is from the UK branch. Solon is pretty sure that his dad sent her.
It's
But
the
of
longest
course,
3 minutes of my life.
I'm timing it. I'm only on 30 seconds. Yeah, Natalia, her nurse is. Solon's pretty sure was sent from by his dad, and then they went and got. Solon took Arya to get ice cream, and then Bridwin and Apollyon went to his trial.
Yes. Oh, and we went to the coffee shop after everything.
That's right.
Yeah. And then me and Pridwin had a
And then
nice
some
little,
secret squirrel shit happened
yeah.
that none of you were privy to.
Yeah.
Horrible, awful things occurred.
Yeah.
Anna discovered that Brian doesn't know what a tricorn is, and shared that with everyone.
Yes.
The pirate
Oh,
is
with the
the only
tricorn,
person
for the
who
love of-
doesn't know.
The even funnier part is that Ryan didn't know what a tricorn was, and he's playing a pirate.
I'm not the smart. I never claimed to be the smartest, alright?
He's a little special.
Just a little.
So, with that lovely recap, we are going to get started. Is there anything anybody would like to do on campus before we get into it? I'm gonna ask that now just in case.
I think I'm good.
I'm
Oh, no, but
assuming
everyone else.
Katya's dagger is still being worked on for the sake of
Correct.
simplicity.
Rhett told you it was gonna take a while.
Fair enough.
In less words. So we're gonna get started. Pridwin, we'll just start with you. You have a mild hangover. Your wife has a even worse hangover. We're just gonna start right with that.
Okay.
A lot of things happened last night, and for those of you that were sleeping in the redacted cabin, you heard some very strange noises over the course of the evening.
Yes.
And probably about 5 minutes in, you wanted to put headphones in, so I don't know how many of you listened to the strange noises you heard. There was a whole lot going on in the other half of the cabin. So you wake up with a astounding hangover and stumble your way out into the main area where everybody else, I imagine, gives you a very interested look.
Also, Pridwin's armor is different than when you last saw it.
Correct.
I am going to send him in now.
Oh yeah, we finally have it.
Yeah, so for all of you sitting, eating breakfast, trying to wake yourselves up and get some coffee, who is playing really weird music in the background, by the way? It's freaking me out.
Don't worry about it.
I think it's Dylan.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
you.
it is.
What?
It sounds like elevator music.
It really does, and it's freaking me out.
Maybe it is.
Isn't that
Jesus
I Dream
Christ.
of Jeannie?
I can't tell.
Wait,
I'm
what?
only hearing like 2-second intermissions of it.
Oh, that's because I'm muting.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you would like to post the armor, all of you that are waking yourselves up,
Yes.
coffee, breakfast in the morning, you see this figure walk in.
The image is in
Character sheets.
character sheets. And you can see on top of the new additions to the armor, which you had previously seen, the shroud, the removal of decorative ornamentation, there is now a series of thick, heavy plates which hang from the armor by chains. And there is a ghoulish looking helmet that hangs from his waist like a trophy.
Hey, Ryan.
So yeah, all of you see Emo Pridman come into the kitchen area.
It's not that bad.
Do you want water?
What are the rest of you doing? It's early morning. What goes on?
Isn't that an excellent question? Pollyon's probably sorting through paperwork.
Brian
I'll
is
get it
probably
done with-
making unburnt bread, also known as regular toast.
Very pointedly staring at Apollyon as you very carefully make sure not a bit of it is burned.
Anna's probably coming in from her jog or run.
Warden has taken to jogging with you in the mornings. She enjoys the pace that you set.
Okay.
Judah, on the other hand, not so much.
I think Faye is just looking for anything to eat, but she doesn't want to make it herself, so.
Faye
help.
is probably trying to steal Brian's toast as he makes it. So yeah, you guys are all together once again, trying to adjust. It's been, let's say, about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks since you guys have come back from Russia. Pridwin, you will notice very pointedly that Katya is for once, but not here in the room. She is on the couch still, the same place you left her, actually, last night. And she's staring at a piece of paper that she has in her notebook. It's like loose, you can tell. It's bigger than the notebook itself.
Cridwin will just look over to her and say, what are you looking at?
She immediately shuts the journal and, kind of turning her back to you, says, nothing. And walks for the door.
Very well.
You can tell that she is not herself, and she is not in a good mood.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She almost crashes into Anna on the way out the door. Warden sidesteps so as not to run into her.
Anna's gonna put up her arms and back off.
Yeah, there's a,
He remembers the
yeah,
fight.
there's a very dark energy radiating off of the small child as she passes you by.
Spooky child.
Warden looks at you, Anna, and shrugs awkwardly, walking in and looking for Faye.
Anna returns the shrug, but with a concerned look.
Not sure what that was about. Faye, look in your direction, Pridwin.
I'll have to ask him later.
A lot has been happening.
You look different, Judah says, coming in, finally, third of the group.
Like I said, a lot has been happening.
Fair enough, Judah says, walking toward the kitchen.
She's excited to have someone who shares her sense of style.
Judah is not disapproving of the armor, that's for sure. Warden grabs a piece of toast off of Brian's plate, handing it to Faye. Turns around and looks at the rest of you. So, what
Toast!
what are we doing today? She says, like resting an arm on top of Faye's head. Like leaning on her.
I got toast.
Warden rolls her eyes, looking at the rest of you.
I believe some mentions were made of wanting to get off of campus for a while. Specifically looking at the bounty board.
Road trip.
What do you mean, like a
I wanna go.
mission? Judah asks.
Road trip.
Yes. Considering we have some new arrivals, it would probably be a great exercise to see how we all work together.
Road trip. Road trip.
Solon, you hear Xavier grumbling in your inner link. This is a terrible idea.
I whisper under my breath, don't worry, we're not going. There's too much going on here for us to leave again.
So we're just gonna break off from the rest of the group then? Remember what happened the last time we did that?
Yes, I know, but we just got back, and you can't seriously expect me to leave both of my sisters again. We just got them back.
It's not like they're going anywhere.
You don't know that.
Look, no offense, but Big Sis is too old to move. Lil Sis, a little crazy. I think she can handle herself here on campus. Unless you're worried about Daddy stepping in. You can feel the sarcasm dripping even through your inner link.
He's not stupid enough to come here alone. That's why he sent that nurse first.
So, there's no reason we can't go with them then. Like I said, it's a bad idea. Somebody's probably gonna die.
Aren't you just a ray of sunshine?
Am I any different from how I usually am?
Touché. But I think after the events we've just experienced, your faith in them might be a little elevated.
I literally just said somebody's gonna die. I think my faith is right on par.
You and I have very different definitions of faith. But I see that you're worried about them, so maybe we'll find the time.
Worried. Not me.
Clearly.
Lunala drags herself into the main area behind you, Pridwin. Her hair is, like, disheveled. Like, floofed up. You see, like, she has a tail for half a second and very quickly hides it.
Believe me, I think staying here would be nice, but I feel as though with the way things are going, staying idle for too long might cause problems.
Are you talking to Solon?
Just generally to the whole party.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there was some question from the other party members murmuring as well about leaving campus. So, you're not the only one that's having the
Okay.
same conversation right now.
Okay.
So, Shinigami list? Judah says, looking at the rest of you in question.
I guess so.
I've already got like 3 missions in mind. I'm just waiting for people to start throwing out suggestions.
As a group, you guys collectively start making your way out the door and towards campus. Apollyon, where are you right now?
He's probably on the main campus currently, actually.
So, roll me a perception check.
Okay. That is a... Roll me. 11.
God, you lucky bastard.
Oh.
It's mostly because you've been trying to keep an eye on her, because you sense something strange is happening. But
Yep.
you catch sight of Katya as you're passing through the main academy wing. She's standing by the Shinigami list, and as you watch her, she glances around, reaches up, and takes a posting off of the list. And then starts walking towards
Yeah,
the death
I'm
room.
still eating them, yeah. I like them. They're good.
I love how Dylan's tone changes when he talks to his girlfriend.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, continue, sorry.
You, like, raised the whole octave. It was so cute. But yeah, she not so much takes it down as the postings stay on the list, but she takes, like, one of the copies of it and then walks toward the death room.
Wait, who is this?
Katya.
Hmm.
She is by herself.
I'm gonna do a little lurking and stalking.
Okay. You lurk and stalk as she walks toward the death room.
Mm-hmm.
She hesitates in front of the doors for a minute, looking at the piece of paper. And looking into a notebook that she's opened, and then she presses forward into the section between the main door and death's doors. The rest of you are walking toward campus. The cafeteria is very busy. It is breakfast time. A lot of people are enjoying themselves, talking, chit-chatting. You see that a lot of them have finally, the staring has died down a little bit. People are less interested in you at the moment than they are with other things. So you aren't getting harassed as much. You don't feel like outliers as you walk through campus. You guys make your way toward the Shinigami list. And you see Apollyon hovering awkwardly around the corner like he's watching someone.
What are you doing?
Feel
Oh.
like I shouldn't be here.
Hi guys. Are you coming here for the list?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just looking around.
Yeah, yeah, you were looking around that corner. Why?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm now
cool.
extremely
Glad we're on the same
worried.
page.
Sus, Judah says under her breath.
I am beyond worried about it.
Don't worry about it.
Anything Apollyon says don't worry about, probably should worry about it a little bit.
I
Not all
concur,
the time.
Amani says.
Most of the time.
Oh well. Don't
In
worry
the
about it.
4 days that I've known you, I am now extremely worried.
Okay, I'll be more specific. It's something we'll have to worry about later.
Ridwin's just gonna shoot you alike.
At another time, but not now.
Lunala, who is extremely hungover, is looking at you, Apollyon, with an intense, deep-seated dislike. She's
giving me that look?
suffering.
You giving me that look after that grand night we had with Pridwin?
It was a grand night for sure. However,
What the?
how are you not this?
I'm a demon. I never am.
Can I be a demon? Because this is the worst experience I have ever had in my life. And I
Well-
was locked under the ocean for like 15 years.
Theoretically, there's two ways. You could either get possessed by one, or we could have Cassie swap your body with another body. That's a demon's body.
No, this seems a bad idea. Bad idea all around.
Fredwin, are you?
I feel like that's a horrible idea.
Well,
You're
it
about to be
worked.
married to a demon witch.
Top 10 worst
Does it make you
ideas
feel-
of all time.
How does that make you feel?
Does that make you feel?
Theoretically, I
not.
can prepare a vessel for you.
Apollyon, please stop talking.
It worked for my ex. Well, until the death sides came, but...
Napoleon's like, I can make it happen. Just say the word. I can make it happen.
I can pull a few strings, give you a new body. You just wouldn't be the moon witch anymore, you'd be a demon.
I don't know if
Please.
that's
So,
any better.
While
You should
we're
be more worried
here-
about the empty body.
You hear Xavier in the back of Solon's mind go, yeah, you'd know something about empty bodies, wouldn't you?
That
You know,
me?
I wanted to make a joke about that, but I'm gonna refrain. My lawyer says I shouldn't.
my lawyer has informed me that I should not take this joke.
Listen, I signed an NDA, so...
My lawyer informs me that I should not make light of the situation.
Oh my god. So you guys are standing in front of the Shinigami list. Apollyon is being himself. What do you guys want to do?
Apollyon is standing
I
next to the
will-
Shinigami list like a quest giver.
I will also mention that you are not the only ones by the Shinigami list. There are also other people in the area. This is a very large board.
Ridwin's going to. Did he see Katya take a thing off the board and wander off?
Pridwin
Or
did
was it
not.
just-
Apollyon did.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
But I will say that you saw Apollyon peering around the corner towards the death room.
Did he see anything when he peered around the corner?
Or you, like, did you peer around the corner with Apollyon?
Fredwin would have looked the direction that Apollyon had been looking.
You would see, at the time you got there, the door's closing. Like, somebody's gone in.
Hmm.
And you saw Apollyon spying on whoever it was, so. Do with that what
Doing
you
Apollyon things.
Normal Apollyon things.
Pretty much.
Now, if you'll excuse me, you guys can search for your quests here. I'm going to go, I have an appointment. He's gonna book it to the death room.
Apollyon, as you say that and turn towards the doors, you feel a disturbance. You feel it. You don't hear it. It's very strange. It's a strange sensation.
Not the poly tingle. Okay, he's going.
No.
Oh, yeah.
The tail is tingling!
Never say the poly tingle ever again.
Please. I didn't like that at all.
That's
Never
Favorite
again.
phrase.
Hey man, every time there's a
Best ever
disturbance
said.
in the academy, Apollon's always the first to
It is-
realize that there's a
Is it like a
disturbance.
disturbance in the
Let
forest?
me rephrase a little bit for my own sanity's sake. What you are feeling is a sense of danger.
We're gonna have
Yes.
a secret
Yeah.
quotes and then
Vibe is
a
off.
phrase list soon.
Yeah, last time he felt that sense of danger, Lewis died, so he's gonna keep going that way.
It is, yeah, it is a pull. It's strange. The way that I'm going to describe it to you as a player, it is the same kind of pull that Douglas feels when Katya is in danger. Or that
Okay, yeah.
Soma and Sadie, did they do? No, they didn't do the rings. Who else did it?
No, they
Somebody
did
else
do
did the
that.
rings.
Yeah,
Pridwin and
it was-
Lunala.
yeah, Pridwin
It's the
and
same
Lunala
feel
did
that
the
they
rings,
feel
yeah.
when one of them is in danger. That type of pull.
Yeah, so Apollon's gonna go that way.
Yeah, so Apollyon literally just fucks off around the corner toward the death room with a little more explanation than that. Like, he does the whole, like, cat, like, the fur standing up, except it's his hair, like, spiking out a little bit, and then he just, gone.
I have a horrible feeling that this is going to be a problem.
You and me both.
Well, we're here, so let's figure something out, Judah says, looking at the board.
Alrighty, what mission are we wanting to take?
The fun one.
You're gonna have to be a little more specific. Most of these end up in terrible, terrible
I was
ways.
gonna say, are we talking fun like more?
Okay.
Most of these end in tragedy.
Yeah. Last time
The
we were on it,
funniest
enough didn't say
of
that.
the variety, you know.
Well, there is
Let us
tentacle
confer
monster.
with the poll.
My vote is for Tentacle Monster. Brian says point.
Oh yeah,
Lord.
that
Brian
be.
points to a post on the Shinigami list. It is titled Akora Kamui. And as he points at it, you notice something, Brian. Underneath of the image, there's kind of electronicness to this board. Like, they're paper tags, but the way that the magic works is the writing on them changes when something's happening. And as you're pointing to it, something changes. You
I didn't
see
do it.
the word pending appear at the bottom of the page.
Oh, it's fine. Our paper's loading.
Take it.
It's buffering.
How about this one? Take it.
Brian's gonna reach up and you said it was paper, so he's gonna grab it.
It's paper. So the way it works is it's kind of like airdropping with your PDA and stuff. Like, you can take a blank piece of paper that's next to the board and put the paper up next to it, and it will copy the information onto that paper.
Apollyon needs to learn this
So-
magic.
Someone
So
has
much
taken
trolling can be done.
scissors and has done that like leafing thing on the bottom with like phone numbers.
I thought about doing that. I'm not
Take
gonna
one
lie.
of those. Take a
But
tab.
Dylan, Apollyon already has that, except he just has to steal people's shadows for it.
I mean, yeah.
Like, the
True,
person
I
can
mean,
still be
technically.
alive, he just kind of has to.
So yeah, you take a piece of paper and you hold it up to the image, and it copies the image onto the paper that you're holding. You notice as you're looking over, there's not a whole lot of information. The posting seems to be updated. As you remember seeing some kind of similar posting before, but this one, the update has come from today. the update has raised the star rank. And also, the location of the posting is in Japan.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
That
Calamari.
that's an
time.
outside uh-oh.
That's some meta knowledge uh-oh right there!
That's an outside the game uh-oh.
Oh.
Me and Liam both above game, crying in our heads.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Sobbing internally.
Mhm.
So yeah, Brian, you are holding the piece of paper.
You only go ahead
Amani-
since you should.
She looks at it and seeing that it is some sort of water monster based on the notes, says, "Hell yeah, let's do this. Let's ask for this one."
Time to get down in voice. I mean, what?
It has been a while since I've been able to actually fight on the water.
Well, I'm useless.
Oh, come on, don't say that. Judah
Oh,
nudges
I'm
you.
not completely useless, but
You got range, she says, gesturing at you. Range! Like, extends her hands in front of your face. For emphasis.
okay, but not as much range.
You see Warden copy the paper similarly and look at it, and she looks at the pending image at the bottom. What the hell does this mean?
Someone else picked it up.
Yeah, but doesn't it usually say in progress when that happens?
Someone else picked it up and hasn't been authorized just yet.
Are they trying to get authorized? Maybe we should hurry.
Good point.
Alright, everyone start running. I don't know which way.
We have to go to the death room now to get things approved, don't we?
Yep.
Indeed, we should probably get going.
You
Brian's
guys...
gonna run around the corner.
Yeah, you turn around the corner toward the death room. Meanwhile, Apollyon, you
Yes.
are in the area between the main door and Death's door. Do you go all the way in?
Is the sense of danger coming from all the way in?
Yeah.
Okay, then he's going all the way in.
You run in and you see in front of you several figures. You see Izo and Cassius, who, the moment you step in, their eyes move to you and they do not look happy. You see, standing behind them is Angel. Next to her is Gabriel, and standing in the center of the room, well, center being a rough word considering what her room is, but standing kind of in front of you a little ways is Katya, and she looks upset.
Apollyon's just gonna raise a finger, lower it, and he's just gonna stay completely still.
What do you mean I can't take it? I'm a student, aren't I? That's not how this works, Ijo says firmly. What's the problem? Katya is radiating with anger. And you can tell that she's upset on multiple levels. They continue arguing for a moment when the door opens behind you, Apollyon. Pridwin's probably the first one in. Pridwin, you go to open Death's door, and you feel tension. Like, you could just feel it the second you open the door.
Apollyon will, like, place his arm in front of everyone to keep him, like, still.
I'm imagining all of you do, like, the Scooby-Doo thing, where the gang, like, all looks through the door.
Yeah.
May I ask what in the world is going on?
Shh.
Katya, hearing your voice, glances over her shoulder at you. What are you guys doing here?
You got a quest.
A mission
I think
request?
that question's
Ticket.
more apt to ask you.
She
Getting sushi.
throws the paper on the ground. You're surprised how the paper, like, hits the ground, considering that it is a flat piece of paper. She gestures to it. They won't let me take this mission.
What mission is it?
You
Pridwin's
glance at the
going to-
paper that's drifted down. Pridwin, it's the same piece of paper that you're holding.
And Pridwin's going to look at it, and he's going to look back up, and he's just going to look at her.
What?
Well, it looks like we're all on the same page, literally.
Don't tell me you guys want it too, Cassius says, eyeing the rest of the group.
Hell yeah, we
Well-
want to go beat up some calamari.
They want it. I'm, just with them.
Look, I think we all need to calm down, Gabriel says, kind of stepping in between all of you. Let's just take a breath and have a conversation, okay? Why do you want this? He says, looking at the rest of you.
Stare!
Good question. Pridwin, why do you guys want this mission?
Well, I would be useful.
It's a good training opportunity.
He would be useful. Oh, Brian, he's lived on the water his whole life. I don't know, I'm trying to diffuse this whole thing.
Good training opportunity allows us to get stronger.
And that's the only reason, Cassius
Allows
says,
us to
glancing
go out and
over
do some
Gabriel.
good, help some people.
That's the only reason. You guys aren't trying to get back. He's looking very pointedly at Apollyon.
Sorry, get back where?
Get back where? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on too.
Don't act like this isn't some kind of ploy to get into Ground Zero.
Ground Zero of what? I have no clue what's happening.
Did none of you actually read the listing?
Phone broke.
I mean,
New phone, who does?
Brian's gonna pull up the listing. What does it say? Hold on.
I didn't choose the listing. I've been in here.
Pridwin just grabs his face and says, "It's in Japan."
Yes.
As
That's
in
good to know.
the country which just exploded because of Soma.
Oh,
Fair enough.
Ooh.
I forgot about that. I did.
I just think it's
Huh.
funny that you guys
So that's what happened.
specifically would be asking for this mission, let alone her. Cassius glares at Katya.
Apollyon's just gonna step to the side, uninvolved in what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I am aware that we have a personal attachment, but frankly, I do not believe that Soma would even still be in the country, considering what he's done. And even if he is, I'm more interested in trying to set right what he made wrong than hunting him down on a vendetta.
Well, that's all fine and good for you, Rhizostoma, but I do not trust her.
I would have vouched for her, but considering she went behind our back to take this mission alone, I do not think that trust is any longer warranted.
I didn't go behind your back. You didn't ask, Katya said.
And you didn't mention it.
I was
Okay,
going
okay.
to.
All of you,
After
Let's-
you were permitted to go?
let us calm down and let us talk. No more tension in this room. Let's have a conversation.
Quit trying to be a teacher for a second, Apollyon.
Arguing gets us nowhere, and we can't
Apollyon,
solve this
I
if we
need you
argue.
to shut the fuck up.
Well, be my guest if you want to argue. I'm going to promptly leave and do paperwork. Goodbye. he leaves the room.
Oh,
Katya turns and looks at you, Pridwin. I was gonna tell you.
After you already went through with it.
It's important, okay? They just posted it today. I didn't have time.
You had ample time.
Really? With you and Lunala drunk, locked up in your room? When?
We were there right as you pulled the paper from... You could have contacted us. You could have left a note. You could have done anything to inform us of what you intended to do before you did it. But you withheld that information. Again.
I just came in here to talk to Angel, she says. I wasn't expecting the whole dog and pony show. She looks back at the rest of them.
Rude.
Can I be the pony?
I have to be unmuted for that. I had to be unmuted there. God, it's damn.
Look,
That was fucking awesome.
she says, gesturing to the paper. It's important to me, okay? I was gonna tell you I wasn't gonna go by myself. I came in here to talk to Angel, and then they started being them.
That's fair, actually. Actually, you didn't hear that.
You know they don't like me. I was just defending my reasoning. Is that such a crime?
That still does not.
Doesn't what? I can't have a conversation without telling you where I'm going?
This is more than a conversation. You took the bounty and you came in here to try and get permission to go.
I didn't think it would be that big of a problem.
You don't feel like you're being a bit overprotective? She clearly can take care of herself.
I'm not concerned about her ability to protect herself. I'm concerned about the fact that she is...
Is what?
What do you even want to go there for? What are you hoping to find? I know what happened, and I can guess why you want to go, but I need to know why.
She grips at her hair in frustration, turning away from you for a moment. You can feel the energy radiating off of her. This is my fault!
No, it is not.
I want to fix this.
Oof. Been there, done that, sister.
Those refugees are out there because of us. I just wanted to try and fix a fragment of this. I came in here to talk to Angel to see if she'd even let me go investigate. I was gonna tell you and see if you wanted to go with me, but then you all barged in here in the middle of... She gestures at Izo and Cassius. That.
If I may interject here. Okay. If we go, will you let us take the bounty? Like, whoever asking.
You notice Angel's been watching all of this silently. The sort of interested, almost predatory look in her eyes as she sits on the throne.
She's got an idea.
Apollyon is just hiding behind the door, waiting for the room to explode.
Gabriel pushes his glasses up further on his nose. I don't see the problem in you going as an entire group to take the bounty if you abide by the rules of the Japan branch. Meaning nobody goes into the city, nobody nobody goes to ground zero, and you do what you are told. Does that seem fair? He says, looking back at you guys.
Sounds good to me.
Apollyon just has his thumbs up.
Izo crosses her arms. The last time people with your group were in the city, I had to leave Death here by herself to clean up the mess. I don't like it.
You expect us to behave like him?
I expect problems. Whether that stems from your behavior or not is beside the point.
There's nothing we can gain from breaking protocol. We have no intention to.
I'm not even trying to go into the city, Katya says, gesturing. I just want to help.
Well, I say we take it then, and help.
Is that a sufficient enough argument? None of us have any reason to go into the city. None of us want to. Our only intention is to provide help.
And maybe get some sushi.
Izo opens her mouth and is cut off. I find that reason to be more than sufficient. Angel pushes herself up. Very well. Your transport will be effective in a few hours. I suggest you gather your things and be careful. Your group does have a history of running into trouble. I expect all of you to come back in one piece.
I find that reasonable. Well, some of us seem excited about the prospect.
Double thumbs up from Anna.
Finally, Katya says under her breath, grabbing the paper. Oh, and
The
Apollyon.
sushi's what did it, y'all. I convinced him.
Apollyon perks up.
To be a dear and make sure none of them die.
I will give it my utmost.
I apologize, this will delay your classes from starting a short while.
That's fine, as long as they're okay.
Good.
My responsibilities with them for now.
Then it's settled. Now, if you all would be so kind as to... She gestures toward the door. I need to have a conversation with my guardians.
Apollyon bows and tries to shuffle everyone out the door.
Everyone will nod and
Apollyon, you try shuffling because you feel it building. You
Yeah.
barely get them out the door, and the door shuts before there is an explosion of sound from the crack of the door as it's closing.
Oh, okay. I am not dead. I'm still alive, right? I'm still here, not a stain on the floor.
you're
What
alive.
was that?
You can sense, even the rest of you can feel it coming, like emanating from beyond the doors. There is just an awful sense of danger and dread.
let's just say some of the death sides can be a little, probably disobedient. And that's why I don't want to be one ever. Granted, I am a demon, so I can't be, but...
Lie. I'm gonna go get my shit ready so we can go murder a giant squid and get some sushi.
Sounds good. I'll make the calamari. I learned the
Bet.
trick a few hundred years ago.
You guys start walking out the door, out the main area through campus to get back and gather your things. As you're walking, Katya glances up at you, Pridwin. The frustration is gone.
Fredwin still seems upset.
You really still mad at me?
Not mad, no.
I don't understand why you're upset. I literally just went to see Angel. Izo and Cassius are so
Horrible, I know.
Annoying? Yes.
Irritating?
God, I just want to
Oh my God,
slap her
the tea.
sometimes.
They cause my blood pressure to rise.
They don't
Every time I have a
like
run-in
me,
with
and every time I have to go in there, they're always there, and they always want to. She sighs, letting out a slow breath.
he sort of kneels and he says, "To be fair, they don't like anyone. I don't think.
They like
They're-
her.
Well, they do
That
like her."
is debatable.
I think they just like each other.
Fredwin looks back at the door. They are... The only reason I think that Lady Death even keeps them around is because they're useful.
Judah kind of lowly speaks up as you say this. They didn't used to be like that, you know. Izo and Cassius were here before Angel was death.
Apollyon would have probably met some of the death sides before. Would he know anything?
You know Izo and Cassius. They have
Yeah.
they were Death's main guardians before Angel's instatement.
Mhm.
Are they lovers?
Well, that part is debatable, but they did used to be better than they were before.
Doesn't
Toxic
excuse who they are
relationships,
now.
man.
I
Yeah.
just think Lord
Uh,
Death's death may have affected them in some ways. I believe they may have higher.
Going through a night like that would change you.
They don't like
Yeah.
unnecessary risks. And they find it
Especially-
very hard to trust anybody that's not human.
I can understand the source of their concerns, but still. Their behavior now is a massive overreach.
Well, they still are young in the grand scheme of things for how powerful they are. They likely have been greatly affected by back then. I can understand, it just doesn't really excuse their behavior.
Sometimes I wonder if she keeps them with her because she doesn't want them out there. You know?
I fear that the slightest sway can lead them in the wrong direction.
That can't be right, though. I mean, Gabriel told us she looks at Anna. They're absolutes. They uphold justice, no matter what. And they're
I'm
like the
afraid-
most powerful death sides we have. That's why they protect Angel.
I mostly fear that their true loyalties lies with the late Lord Death.
And their sense of justice is definitely antiquated.
Well, whatever the case, Warden says, ruffling at Faye's hair. We have a mission. Let's just focus and get through this in one piece.
All right.
We can
Those assholes!
talk semantics on the way. You
All right,
guys go to gather your supplies at the cabin. Is there anything anybody wants to do on campus before you leave?
Apollyon's probably just like getting everything together for the trip, like all of the supplies the party needs while they get their own.
Anybody else have anything they need to do?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go say bye to Anastasia before we leave, just to tell her we're leaving.
Okay. The rest of you gather your things. Solon, you poke your head in. Anastasia is about the same as she was last time.
Okay.
Oh! Is this... Oh, sorry, I'm unmuted. I was about to ask if this is the lady with bee cancer.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, got it.
Yes.
If you need a picture of what that looks like, by the way, I had one in there, but I can re-upload it because it looks sick as fuck.
Yes, I would love to see the disgusting,
Do
disturbing
the before
image.
and after. This is what she looked like before I fucked
Before
up.
the dancer.
Let's see.
Before I
where-
fucked up.
I gotta
After I
fucking
fucked up.
find it too. Like, I don't even remember where I put it, man. It's somewhere in here.
Brian's gonna grab his book of horribly awful puns off of the dresser.
I guess you could say that she broke out into hives.
Shut the fuck up.
True.
That
Going to
was
bed.
good.
I hate how true that is. Like, that is so bad. It's such a good pun. And it's terrible.
It's so bad, it's good. I
Ugh.
love dad jokes.
Where the fuck did I put it? Anyways, yeah, is there anything else you guys are needing to do?
Not really.
Okay, so you guys make your way to the garage, and immediately you see Alex and Lizzie leaning over one of the engine blocks of one of the many Jeeps that the Academy owns. Lizzie looks up at you guys as you enter. Oh, no way is you
Oh,
guys
yes way.
walking in here about to tell me that you're going somewhere. You got back like what, a week ago?
Plenty of
And
time to
by
rest.
God,
About a
we
week
must
ago.
have sushi.
You know, we'd be lucky to get any longer than that back on the battlefield. Let's
That's
go.
fair.
I mean,
Don't
see,
you
how
think
long
you
have I been
guys are,
stuck here?
like, maybe moving a little too fast? Maisie asks from beside them, stepping up.
The best growth happens on the battlefield. At least that's what the one who raised me said.
Didn't he also try to kill you?
No, that was my father. The one who raised me
Ah.
into being a general was someone else.
Ah. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he also tried to kill you.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Surprisingly, he didn't.
Shut
Would he try and kill you now, though?
That's a good question.
Or
Galanos
he
is a weird
dead?
one. I hope he's not dead.
As you guys, finally group up and grab your things, Lizzie sighs and rubs at the bridge of her nose. Fine. I guess I'll drive you to the airstrip, but I am not happy about it, she says, pointing at all of you. Not happy.
It's been over a month
I
since I
voted
went on my last
stay.
mission. This is the first chance I've had.
You I'm not worried about, she says.
Can we listen to tunes?
I'm 99% in one piece, so I should be fine.
Alright, weapons in your weapon forms. Pile in, I'll drive. Lizzie swings herself up into the Jeep.
I call shotgun.
I call on the roof.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
You guys pile in, bunching together, and the trip to the airstrip isn't super eventful. You guys get there and find a private jet waiting for you. Most of you that have been here will be very familiar with the process of loading onto the private plane and meeting the very sweet and familiar French stewardess and the pilot who acknowledges you all.
Has Brian ever seen a jet before?
Brian, no. You are not one of the ones that are familiar with this process.
Brian, in his interlink to Amani, says, "The fuck is that thing?"
It's an aviation tool invented in the late 60s? I guess the 20s.
Think of it as a boat that goes through the air.
I don't know whether to be horrified or extremely excited.
The sky is just another sea.
Oh, I'm excited.
Unless you're in
Amani
hell.
looks very uncomfortable at the idea of getting in the supposedly flyable tin can.
We
See,
will
the
be
sky-
entering bird.
Amani, just think
Everybody
about
getting
it.
bird.
We've been on much sketchier things than that.
Imani is like standing at the base of like the stairs that lead up into the jet, and she's just like, mm-mm, I don't like this.
Don't-
What if
don't
maybe
worry.
we don't go? What if we do
We've
something
only-
else?
We've only
Oh, I'm
fallen out of
going.
these twice.
I'm going with or without you, bro.
Twice?
What?
What do you
Seems
mean
safe.
twice?
Those are great odds.
They've only ever crashed once.
Way better than demonic teleportation circles. There's about
Crash
a
or
2%
shotgun?
chance you will be obliterated.
Oh yeah! He's gonna start hopping around.
Amani's face like pales as you say this. She just slowly takes a step back from the stairs.
It's
No,
a way
it's not
better.
too bad.
It's way better than the demonic teleportation circles because those have an obliteration chance of about 40%. They're very inconsistent.
Imani, just think about it. If something goes wrong, we can just jump out a window and we can fly.
Brian, you can't
Can we?
you can't
Can we
fly
fly?
us.
Well, you can't. I can. I have the ability that lets me. You can't. I
Oh,
can.
Yeah.
good that you told me that. I would have totally tried.
But what are
Yeah,
we supposed to do
unfortunately,
if
most
it
of us can't.
explodes? I mean,
Well,
you heard that
Then
we die
probably
immediately.
won't have to worry about it.
Some of
pray.
us,
We'll
Some
be
of
too
us-
dead to care.
some of us may die, and that is a
is a
sacrifice
risk
I'm
I'm
willing to
willing
make.
She's like
That is a
shakily,
risk I'm willing to take.
shakily puts a hand on the railing to the stairs and tries to step up, and you just see her inhale slowly and let go and walk a circle at the base of the stairs.
Don't worry, the scariest part is taking off. Everything else is fine.
I hate all of
This
this.
is
She
just the
says and
beginning.
The scariest
forces
part is,
herself up the
uh,
stairs.
Getting to the ground.
Just a quick question to the captain: is this a Boeing?
God.
Oh my fucking god.
No, this is French airliner, not Boeing.
Okay, so we're
you
not
will
going
not
to die.
come apart me there if I have anything to do with it.
Oui, oui, oh, baguette.
As long as
I
it's
think that's
not
racist.
Boeing.
Faye.
Apollyon just
not racist.
disappears. Yeah, I wonder where Apollyon
Behind the
went.
pole.
As long as it's not a Boeing, we'll be okay.
Just don't sit by the door and you will be fine.
Yes. Wait, what?
Nothing.
You guys
Nothing.
get up onto the plane. Like, Amani finally gets inside and she shuts the door before Amani has a chance to second think herself.
Thank God. And I
Now
get
get
out of my
comfortable.
weapons now.
Yes,
Now get
you
comfortable.
guys.
I believe they serve alcohol.
Yeah, you guys get on the plane, and it's for those of you that have never been on the jet before, it's very kind of open concept. There are sections of the plane where there's like bench type of seating around a table. There's seating that just faces the side. There's kind of an open area in the front, and it has one pilot and then the stewardess, and I will have to find the pictures of them. I'll find them eventually. But yeah, you guys are on this plane, and it's going to be a bit of a flight, so you guys have time if you need to do anything.
Apollyon said they serve alcohol. Brian's gonna go find the rum.
They serve it to you. You don't find it yourself.
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to go.
Yeah, the stewardess comes by and smiles at all of you.
You know, I'm a really big fan of your culture. You guys slay kings like every other week.
She, like, her eye twitches for half a second, and then she just moves past you.
I remember my first time killing a king.
Please do not get us thrown out.
She, like, moves past you to the person behind you and smiles awkwardly.
We enjoy a good bit of the fucking regicide every now and then.
We
Do you
enjoy
guys
a
still-
good bit of beheading.
Do you guys still use guillotines, or have you upgraded?
She sighs. Is there anything I can get you before we take off?
Christ, it's gonna be a long flight.
Yes, yes it is.
I'm so
You
sorry.
better believe it.
God
I am
bless.
so sorry. Can I please get one of your strongest rums?
Are you of age?
He's a sailor. Of course he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the military, so I'm pretty sure that he's allowed to drink at 18.
True.
She squints at you.
Brian just smiles, just like, please.
At that point, are we all not just child soldiers?
You
Except for
literally
Apollyon.
are.
Yeah. That's the main reason Soma turned the way he did, is because he realized that.
Jesus Christ, no.
Yeah. It's not a great thing to realize. As
Yeah,
you guys are having this conversation, the plane has made its way to the runway and it takes off, and Imani is not pleased with the entire process.
I believe there's a toilet in the back if you need to throw up.
She just runs straight for the bathroom.
It's going to be a long flight.
The rest of you have time to chat and prepare for a minute. Is there anything you guys need to talk about before you make your way there?
So I did bring a hibachi grill. I know we're going to be making calamari after this.
I'm not entirely sure whatever we're fighting is gonna be edible.
You
Only
brought
one
a
way to
whole
find out.
grill?
He's gonna stick his hand in his shadow and pull out a grill.
I don't... Okay.
Autism be damned, my boy can use a grill.
Where did the fucking grill come from?
This plane's turning into the plane from Escape from Madagascar.
Oh, he's
running.
from Madagascar now. Oh.
Monkeys are fucking the engine, and it's just...
Maurice, I broke my back and now I cannot move it.
I cannot move it
I cannot
anymore.
move it, Maurice, help!
I can't stand any of you.
You love us.
Yeah, I really do. So yeah, if there's nothing you guys need to do, you guys pass your time over the next, 14 to 16 hours.
Damn.
You take naps, you play cards, you prepare yourselves, and in the last hour of the flight, the captain comes over the loudspeakers and advises you that the weather is stormy. It is going to be a rough landing. He's not lying.
Crashes.
You guys buckle yourselves in, and it is extremely shaky coming down. You get down in one piece. Not without some luggage coming out of one of the overhead bins and scaring the life out of several of you. As you guys land and pull onto the tarmac in the pouring rain, Imani's white as a sheet. As white as a sheet as she can be. The stewardess comes out of the cockpit and smiles at all of you, pushing her hair back into place.
Well, this wasn't the worst way I could have expected this going.
If we all
Brian?
die, if you all die, I'll bring your souls back to Death herself. Unless you want a special burial.
We we appreciate
Nah.
you flying with us again. We know you do not have a choice when it comes to airliners with your school projects, and we hope that you have a eventful and successful mission. She opens the door and immediately it's just like a downpour of rain outside. And now, if you would be so kind as to leave, that would be great.
Get
It was a
off.
very nice
Fuck
flight.
off my plane.
Brian's gonna put his hand on Amani's shoulder and be like, "Hey, we didn't blow up."
She like has to unclaw her fingernails from the armrests that she was holding onto like a cat.
Can Brian just throw her over his shoulder and just lug her out of the plane?
Yes, very much so. You like
Okay.
toss her over your shoulder.
Ah, yes, Air Force One. Classic.
Yeah, Paul-
You guys you start to gather your things and step off into the rain. And it's one of those rains that it's so strong you can barely see like 10 feet in front of you. You manage to see the outline of a person waiting for you. They're not even bothering to like try and have an umbrella up. They're just standing there with their hands in their pockets.
DM, I had a question real quick. So I never wrote it down.
Huh?
What was the name of the other fragment, his knife?
Hold on, I gotta pull it up for you.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Where are you? There you are. Let me just scroll through the 37 pages of information on Apollyon I have. Hold on.
Yes.
That's crazy.
There is
He's got a
lot.
little bit of lore.
Just a little
A
bit.
little bit.
Yeah, just a smidgen.
Just a little
Me and
lore.
her spent like 6 hours one time writing out an entire section of lore, and that was just one day.
Nice.
I
is
wish that was a joke,
impressive.
but it is not.
Yeah,
You
it's
have no
not.
idea how long I spend sometimes on prep for this shit.
Wow. So impressed.
Question: Can Brian like flick the whispering medallion?
Yes, you can. You do so, and it begins to hum, spinning in front of you. Who are you trying to contact?
I'm just trying to see if there are any boats in the area because we're hunting a giant squid monster, and naval backup might be helpful.
You
Fire the cannons.
You wait, trying to hail anybody close in the close vicinity to you. You get no response.
Well, shit.
Well, it looks like it's just us, and whoever that mysterious person over there is.
I'm gonna walk over
You
there.
point, you say, looking at the man
Stranger?
cloaked in shadow, standing there with his hands in his pockets.
You know, I sure hope he's not a bad guy.
As you get closer, you see this man.
Brian's
Well,
gonna
aren't you just
whisper-
mysterious?
Brian's gonna whisper to Apollyon, doesn't he look like... 1 minute.
Hey.
Yourself, please.
Sorry.
Doesn't he just look like a mafia member?
Well, not the first time I've seen one of them.
First time
They're
I've
pretty
seen
good.
him.
They're pretty good guys, unless you're trying to steal their drugs. Don't do
You're a
that, by the
demon,
way.
Apollyon.
I'm just
You're a demon, Apollyon!
A fine, good person when it comes
Stating the obvious out here, goddamn.
Not all demons are bad. We're just morally ambiguous.
so are the mafia. So
Exactly.
Two peas in a pod, alright.
Mutually aligned interests.
Yeah.
I can't believe
That's still
demons
not
are
proper.
literally just the mafia.
You would be surprised, especially on what layer of hell was it? Was it
Maybe the-
lust?
The real hellspawn were the mafia members we made along the way.
You know, a lot of mafia members actually are demons.
Jesus Christ.
Quick little tidbit.
that
of
makes way too
information.
much sense.
Apollyon, I'll have to get back to you on it. I can't
Okay.
find it at the moment. I'm trying to scroll, but it's a lot.
That's
It
fine.
was nice
Anyway,
to
so
meet
you guys, the man steps forward, running a hand through his kind of disheveled hair, and looks at all of you. I assume you are the team coming to deal with our little aquatic problem?
Indeed.
He like
I
checks
prepared.
his PDA like to make sure, and not one of the other relief groups coming in. He's like looking at all of you quizzically.
Yes.
No, to consider this group of people relief, you'd have to be real in the shit sty.
Depends
Comic
what
relief,
kind of
maybe.
relieving we're talking
We're like-
about. It did relieve people of their lives.
Our group is
I
quite
shouldn't
literally
say
the
that.
last people you would call for any sort of relief problem.
Oh yeah.
You ever hear of that big tree in Russia exploding? Yeah, that was us.
Hey, oh, hey, you were supposed to
Should
say
we
that.
be admitting to war crimes that easily?
He sighs. Look, I don't have time for this right now. Just get in. He gestures you to. There's a very large, like, military-style truck.
You know what they say. Suspicious man comes to get you from the airport, tells you to get in the car, you don't argue. And Brad
Sophia is not driving, right?
I'm sorry, Sophia.
Death Scythe?
He thinks for a moment, like rubbing at his
Really
jawline.
terrible at driving. Like, really
Is she
terrible
the
at
blonde
How
with
would you
that
know
demon
this?
that follows her around like a puppy?
driving. That, yes, that.
Ah, good. Yeah, no, she's not here, unfortunately. I believe they sent her down south.
Apollyon
Fine
begins
snout.
a prayer.
She starts sweating.
Very fortunate.
I could be wrong. Which camp are you guys going to again? He starts flicking through his PDA. Well, she's one of the camps. I'm not sure which one. You may run into her. Is that going to be a problem?
Not for me.
Not for me.
Good. Get in, he says again, pointing to the military truck.
I already am in.
Shotgun.
You guys
No,
climb.
no, I'm in first. Fuck off.
You say this and notice that there are armed military men in both the driver's and front seat of the, like, the whole front is taken.
Come on, man. I already called shotgun.
Ryan's gonna open the door.
Just
I
sit
called
on his
shotgun.
lap.
Get out.
He
Slap me,
slowly
brave
sets
man.
like a 9mm on the window and goes, "Actually, I already called shotgun."
That's not a shotgun, that's a 9mm.
Yeah, that's a 9mm, you fucking puss.
Call 9mm.
Ryan's
You
gonna
guys-
turn his hand to the sword. I
God.
can threaten you too.
Don't threaten the human.
He just looks
Ah.
tired. That's very kind. He
Sorry
just
for
looks
harassing
tired.
you. I'll head back.
You guys clamber into the back, and the man, once you're out of the rain and the truck begins to move, once again brushes his disheveled hair back into a sort of, at least out of his face. I'm Ryose. I run the camp that you guys are heading to currently. I will try to answer what questions I can, but he glances at his watch. You've got about 10 minutes, so make it fast.
How long have you been dealing with this squid problem?
Squid, he says and smiles to himself. Yeah, squid problem.
I think that's the
Legend
least of
of-
their problems, especially after what I saw in Soma's memories.
He
It's like-
stops the second he hears you say this, and his eyes go straight to you.
Not have
Hi.
said that. Why did you say that?
You got us in trouble.
You're
A sense of
acquainted
vendetta.
with Soma?
Well, more like, marked for death and are hunting him.
He... roll a deception check.
Yes, I will do that. Whoops. Okay.
We've been here a total of 10 minutes. How have you already gotten us into
Hold on,
shit?
hold on. My deception is, I have good deception. Okay, that's a dirty 20.
Let's go!
We have been here for 5 minutes. How do you fuck this up so badly?
You are lucky because he is tired. He
Jesus
stares
Christ.
at you for a minute longer and then sighs. Whatever. I hope you're not friends with him, for your sake.
Not
Friends is a
anymore.
strong word.
To answer your question, we've been dealing with our problem for about 3 weeks now, though we only realized it within the last few days. Bless you.
Let me guess. People going missing?
He taps on his PDA and all of your PDAs beep. And as you open them, you see a roughly drawn map that someone has taken a picture of. Liam, if you want, you can upload it into the
oh
maps.
god, hold on. If it'll fucking let me. Maps. Why can't I? Here we go. Here we go.
So you all see this roughly hand-drawn map.
And am I to assume that the red dots mean badge spots?
Those are the camps. We have several refugee camps in the area, but these 4 are the ones that have confirmed missing people from our problem. Onai, Seth, Kita, and Ver have all been hit within the last week. We are under the impression that whatever it is following some sort of a pattern.
And what is the pattern that you've noticed?
Every night, it takes someone from a different location. It leaves very little evidence. In fact, we hadn't even realized it because we were assuming that most of the refugees were simply leaving of their own free will. Sometimes it takes more than one. But it seems to be bouncing between these 4 locations.
And it takes people occasionally multiple at a time. Is it usually a small group, or have there been events where it's taken large numbers?
His lips press into a fine line. We don't know. Unfortunately, there's a lot we don't know. All we can confirm is that people are systematically going missing. Boats have also become unaccounted for. That is why we have shut down the entire area to all ship traffic. We are trying to minimize as many losses as possible. These people have suffered enough. Your contact point will be here, he says, touching the map near Mira, at Kita. I am in charge of Kita. If you have any questions, you can take them to my second. You'll meet her shortly when we arrive. I don't feel like I should have to tell you this, but he acknowledges the large grayed out area north of Kita. The city is off limits. We at the Japan branch are handling the situation ourselves. We do not need assistance. We appreciate your offering, if you try. If you are located within the city, you will be punished with risk of expulsion. Or worse. Are we understood?
Yep.
Crystal clear.
Good.
Yes, sir.
That was a lot simpler than a lot of the relief groups that have come in. He lets out a sigh, looking somewhat relieved.
Curiosity killed the cat, huh? Oh.
You would not believe the number of students that we have had from across the globe that have tried to sneak in. Whether to help or for their own macabre entertainment.
The students are very much wild cards these days.
Agreed, he says, looking at you tiredly.
All right. Well, if we're all ready, suppose we should head out.
Let's get this
The
shit show on the road, bros.
truck, as you've been having this conversation, has pulled in, and the rain has finally begun to slow from the area that you were at. And as you guys begin piling out onto the damp ground, you find yourselves on the edge of a camp. An entire refugee camp with over 10,000 people. The main facilities are made of shipping containers that have been turned into temporary housing for these people. And you notice, now that it's dark and the moon and the stars are beginning to break through the clouds a little bit, you see nobody. Everything is dead quiet. All of the makeshift doors to the tent camps and the shipping containers are all locked up solid, and the only movement you see is from occasional people who have a variety of weapons in their hands. You assume that they are standing guard. As you guys get out and Ryosei gets out last and slaps the truck and it begins to drive away, he looks back to the rest of you, pointedly at you, Apollyon, as he has gathered you are the highest ranking among them. One more thing. If any of you notice any strange illnesses about, I would ask you report them immediately.
Very well.
Oh, not again.
Strange illnesses such as
Seaborn?
Bugs?
No, not
Squidborn.
not anything like that. A lot of the people came out of the city sick.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I have figured it out.
The flu?
No,
No.
I think the flu, if it had the contained power of a nuke.
He frowns.
Well then. Why is it everywhere I have been with you guys, there was always some sort of weird ass disease?
It's the same one we've been dealing with for a while.
God damn
Yeah.
it.
The furry disease?
No,
It's-
the wrong disease.
Oh, different one. That's a different one.
The demon
I feel
disease.
much better. Oh, never mind. No, I don't. I take that back.
I mean, don't get. I still shouldn't go perusing around a bunch of corpses.
Very much so. And do not resonate with people carelessly at all.
Okay.
and don't bathe in blood.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
that's-
that one. I wouldn't do that.
When it comes to any with this disease and we encounter them, let me handle it as I am immune.
Oh, I was thinking stab first, ask questions later.
Well, we'll quarantine because we're still trying to figure out a cure.
Oh.
Ranged attacks
mind.
would be a better idea.
if they-
Stabbing, not so
If they
much.
do, if they do become a monster, then, well, you know.
Try to kill it without getting too close.
Anyway, let's hope for the best.
Ryan's gonna look at Faye and just go, Firestorm?
No
Yeah,
firestorms.
buddy.
You guys haven't trained well enough with it. Not until
Damn it.
keep the firestorms under wraps until we find the giant squid.
Aw.
You see his eye twitch, and then he
Fine.
just sighs and turns, walking into a tent that seems a little larger than the rest of them.
This
I
is a
leave
disaster
you-
zone.
I leave you in Rentaru and Walt's hands. If you need something, speak to them. If you need me, they will get in contact with me. Oh, and another thing. You will notice that your devices don't have any connectivity. That's not a mistake. You're on your own out here, apart from what we can provide you in this camp until the solution is resolved.
So nothing's
Gives me-
changed. Wonderful.
Nothing I'm not used to anyway.
Just like back home.
Precisely. And he walks into the tent. As you guys are standing there, you hear a light clearing of a throat from the other side of the main area you're standing in.
After you all.
Look over.
I assume that you are the relief coming in?
Indeed, Apollyon, Pridwin, all of us at your service.
You see this girl standing, holding a honestly very impressive looking scythe.
Apollyon looks at it and he
She's
says,
soaked
"Nice."
with rain. And the scythe is dripping with rain as well.
Nice
He,
side.
he looks at it and he says, "Ooh, I have one of those too."
You see eyes appear in the blade of the scythe with interest.
He's gonna manifest Abaddon.
That is impressive. The girl, her eyes widen and she, immediately distracted, walks over and starts looking Apollyon up and down. What is this
Everywhere
supposed
we
to
go.
be? Is this fire based? This is something different.
Something a little extra. He waves his hand and manifests some shadow in it.
Ren,
Yeah,
you're
something a
getting
little
distracted.
extra
You hear
demonic.
from the scythe. Oh, right, sorry. You'll have to forgive me. I've been in the camp for a minute. My name is Rentaru. This is Walt, my partner. And, you all are from one of the American branches, yes?
Indeed so.
Well, technically, I'm from the Navy.
And
We're all from
technically,
different places, but we were
yes.
based in the American branch.
But you are the team that is coming to deal with the thing in the water.
Giant squid
Yes.
monster. Yes, I brought a grill.
Good. We are tired of dealing with these appearances. She leads you to another tent off to the side, and you notice this is kind of the Academy's base camp that's set up. There are specific tents, and the only people you see up here appear to be Meisters and weapons and administration. The rest of the refugees are just a little ways down a hill, kind of set into the shoreline. You can put your things here. This is your tent. If you need anything while you are here, you can come to me or Walt. We will do our best to assist you. I've also placed another person in your room here for the moment we are a little overbooked with help. We have a lot of people on guard duty. If you have any questions, you can ask anybody here. You will find that the refugees are a little untrusting. You'll have to forgive them. They have been through a lot.
It's understandable.
Very.
Your roommate is from the African branch. She and their partner are probably out on patrol right now. You will meet them shortly. The medical tent is over here on the left. You see a large grouping of tents kind of just set off of base camp, and they appear very busy. If you get any injuries, you have any questions, we have several doctors and nurses who can assist you over there. Again, I will aid you however I can. I do have other things to attend to as well, so you will most often find me in the command tent.
All right. Apollyon does a deep bow.
Pridwin will also politely bow.
I am sure you all would like to rest a moment after your long journey. I will be on break in the tent if you need anything.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
You see her walk, the tail of the scythe flicking back and forth almost in a feline manner behind her.
I have a theory about this monster. Has this monster specifically appeared anywhere else?
Are you saying that to her? Because she just left you.
Oh, to the party.
First I've heard of it.
First I ever heard of it.
Pridwin, having read the brief, would there have been any information on that, or...?
You have, based on the brief, there's not a whole lot of information. I mean, you know that this creature has struck multiple refugee camps. According to the man you just talked to, it's been systematic. There's a large number of people missing, which they did not notice at first. and whatever it is apparently comes from the water. You also know, based on the title of it, that the superstitious people have come to calling the beast a Korokumui. But that's so far all you know of the matter.
So, everything we know is very recent.
Correct.
Okay. I think I know what may have caused this creature to pop up. Though I'm sure you all have sort of figured it out now, too. Can he, from here, can he see at least some of the exclusion zone? From the distance.
In the distance, you can see some, like, way off.
Yeah.
You can see some of the tall buildings.
How far can he see the destruction extend?
I mean, you can't really tell. You can't get a good look at it. You can just barely see, like, the lights from the city and some of the taller buildings, but it's not exactly close.
Is the map we see somewhat accurate?
That's the actual, like... It's based on Japan. I'm pretty sure Liam traced it.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, like,
as close to accurate for a map of Japan as you can get hand drawn.
Yeah, what I mean is, like, is the circle for the exclusion zone area, is that accurate to how far it reaches out?
Yes.
Okay, so Apollyon looks at the party and says, I believe we're dealing with a black blood giant squid, or octopus, whatever creature with tentacles.
Does it do that? Judah says, looking at you in question.
Well, it does infect things, and, well, giant octopus/squid don't tend to be the most intelligent, and the black blood demons tend to be somewhat intelligent. So, based off of that...
Wait a minute, Warden says, holding up a finger. Didn't this posting, like, wasn't it a thing before Yokohama went down?
That's what I'm curious
about. And they just updated it?
For a while, yes. I think it was there back when I started.
So that doesn't make any sense. I mean, this just happened, like, what, a month ago?
This happened about a month ago.
Been here for a while.
Cause and effect. Whatever brought Yokohama down created this thing, or pissed it off enough for it to come out and terrorize the countryside.
Are we really
I figured
saying this like we don't know what brought Yokohama down? Katya says under her breath.
It was already operating beforehand, so I'm assuming it's possible that the events that occurred might have exasperated the situation.
Indeed. That's... well, because I did hear that it was a posting before then. I would need to figure out what its hunting patterns were like back then. If they were disorganized back then and organized now, there may be something different at play here that is, well, causing this creature to do what it is currently doing.
As you guys are standing there with your bags having this conversation, like in the front of the tent, you hear footsteps approaching from outside.
He looks up.
Liam.
Yeah.
You two are coming in from patrol. Sorry, my brain's not working. You two are coming in from patrol, and you hear a murmur of voices from outside of the tent. You had heard that somebody had taken the quest earlier in the day, and that they should be arriving, but you had no idea what to expect. You and your partner are standing there outside the tent listening to the hum of what sounds like American voices. And you see your partner's nose wrinkle.
Americans. This is going to be interesting.
You hear a low sigh come from her. And then she gestures toward the flap of the tent in after you.
Let me grab...
Art.
Should I put her in face claims, or should I put her in art?
You can put her in face claims for now. Or art, either way. I don't care.
Alright.
Probably easier to find in art.
Arts.
So as you guys hear the footsteps approaching, your conversation dies down just a bit as the flap of the tent opens and two figures enter. And you will see these two, or more specifically her, and then I will post her partner for now until we get updated art of her.
There we go. I don't have a character sheet, so she's just going to be an art for now.
Yeah.
You see a woman in flowing blue robes with lots of gold adornments step into the tent wearing this very ornate mask. And as she pulls it from her head, you can see that there is this dark, sort of necrotic scarring that runs from her face all the way down to her arm. And her eyes are milky white. And as she removes her helmet, she says, "So you must be the ones who are assisting us."
Apollyon, nice to meet you. And this is, Redacted. If you guys would like to introduce yourselves. Doesn't seem like anyone wants to introduce themselves.
You see the other woman step in behind this female that has approached you. She is much taller, and her body is very finely sculpted, very athletic. She takes much pride in her muscular form, you can tell. She is wearing very tight-fitting, dark clothing. Her hair is tied back in braids out of her face, and she gives you all a very expressive, somewhat disapproving look as she looks at the ragtag group in front of her.
And you are? He puts out his hand.
She squints at you, and then grabs your hand and shakes it once.
Great handshake. Well, since I don't know your name, I'm just gonna call you... what should I call her?
Person.
Hello, person.
Let's go of your hands. She lets go of your hand, and you see her move her hands, lifting them, and she signs something to you. Apollyon, do you understand sign language?
I think he would have probably learned that. That's something he probably would be interested in.
You see her spelling out... At first, she gives you just a hand motion that you entirely don't understand.
Uh-huh.
How familiar is Apollyon with deaf culture? I don't feel like you're very... I feel like you probably know enough to get by.
He would know enough, yeah.
You see her sign this hand gesture that you have no idea what it means. And as she kind of sees the confusion, she spells out letters to you.
Rakit could translate. If she has to.
I haven't been to the African region in a long time, so let me try to pronounce this. Kefele?
She smiles, a bit amused at your pronunciation.
Alright, well, looks like that is it. Nice to meet you.
She nods her head a bit, in agreement.
Well, this is the ragtag group of adventurers who will be taking on the monster, and I suppose you will be joining us. Oh, sorry, I don't think I properly got your name. He looks to Riquette.
She's staring directly at you, which makes you a bit uncomfortable because you're not sure how she's able to tell where you're standing. And her face is contorted in this look of, like, deep-seated disgust.
Are you looking at my soul?
I'm looking at you, Hellspawn.
Well, that's one thing you could call me.
Slur.
That is kind of racist. That is kind of racist.
It's only a little racist. He didn't do nothing to you.
You see, Kefele does a little sign something to Rakit, and then does the little horns symbol on top of her head, and then smirks.
Rakit kind of just squints and says, most of the demons I've had the misfortune of interacting with have done horrible things.
Well, this one's half decent.
Oh no,
His name
he's
is
done horrible
Apollyon,
things
and
too.
he's kind of nice to me. So
I think I'm nice. I like to think I'm right. I'm nice, right, guys? Other than the time I tried
Ryan
killing you all.
pats him on the shoulder and just goes, "You're okay."
Well, I'll take it. Well, you shouldn't judge me too harshly. I mean, our skin colors are basically the same, so I might as well be, on the
That's
same wavelength. here.
Crazy. As your employee, I'm gonna stop you there.
You say this and Rakit's scowl gets deeper.
Apollyon is dark-skinned.
I said half decent, okay?
Oh my god.
You know, for someone who's like lived centuries, you are very bad with people.
Man, I've been good at war, not people.
Apollyon's charisma must be in the fucking negative.
Rakit,
His
you
Riz is -5.
you
My
notice
bloodline.
Kefele is staring at Apollyon for a minute, and then her face kind of lights up expressively as she thinks for a moment, and she looks at you, and you see her communicating through the pictures as she always does to you. And I'll type to you what she's trying to ask you.
And
Sure thing.
Apollyon looks dumbfounded at Solid, and he says, "Listen, man, my bloodline comes from Greek mythos. Of course I'm... What? I would never be good with people." You know, Solid, I don't like how quiet you're being.
Anna's just sitting in the corner, wringing out her cloak. By the way, no one's mentioned it, but she is wearing her cosplay armor.
Her full cosplay outfit.
Oh, good lord.
Yep.
So that's what he was talking about.
Judah kind of smiles, setting her things down, and she says, "Well, we're here. Let's just put all this weird stuff aside and get to it. Does anybody need to take a nap before we get down into business? No?
Bold of you to assume I sleep.
Is that a real life question or an in-game question?
That was an in-game question.
Oh, okay.
Does everybody want to take a nap?
Both, yes.
In-game, no. I think outside a game, I won't say no.
Outside of game, I'll just sleep when I'm at work. It'll be fine.
Well, anyway, moving on from the blatant racism currently emanating from this room, would we like to get started?
Please,
do we even
Katya says
begin?
under her breath.
Putting aside everything. Very well. You're here about the sea monster, correct?
Yes.
And you have seen the sea monster? Judah says curiously.
She looks over at her and says, "Oh yes, I have 20/20 vision."
Judah not
they have been a-
understanding.
Apollyon walks up to Judah and he says, "Okay, let me give you a little lesson in reading the room."
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I'm gonna talk Apollyon.
Apollyon whispers, "She's blind."
But she's looking right at you, Apollyon.
She sees me, but doesn't see me. You know what I'm saying?
But
you know what I'm saying,
she's
bro?
translating what that
saying?
girl's signing. I don't think she's blind.
She's
Well-
not even looking at her while she's translating, by the way.
Well, when you lose one sense, oftentimes the physical body can heighten other senses.
Judah
That's a myth.
looks toward Rakit.
No.
I am so
Just like-
sorry, she says.
Like Apollyon lacking common sense, he now makes up for it by having whatever this is.
Whatever this is.
Whatever this is.
Hey,
Oh,
she was
man.
racist to him first in his defense.
Yeah, to
Oh,
be
man.
fair, she was racist to me first. I can do it.
Oh my god.
Let me rephrase. Let me reflavor that statement.
Replays.
What exactly have you found out?
When you
Apollyon is behind Judah.
Have you ever had a dream where you
Where you
Ugh.
Rakit will grin. She seems to clearly be amused when people mention her sight. And she will say, I have not witnessed the monster, no. But I have witnessed its effects. To my knowledge, the creature is operating on something of a instinctive schedule.
Instinctive.
I don't think that the creature is necessarily intelligent, as it were, but it
What
seems
if it's
to
just
have.
protecting babies? If it
That would be terrifying. And I don't like the thought of that.
If it's protecting babies, why is it attacking people on the shore?
then we just have to
To
exterminate
feed
the
them.
children too.
Young-
That is a valid theory. Let's just hope it's not true.
If it was defending its young, it would have been more stationary. If it's trying to feed its young, that is a possibility. However, I doubt it.
That assumes it has reproductive organs.
Can you imagine it just has picky kids and it's like, I don't want that one. Give me a
I
different
want-
one.
I want that human.
Yes.
Let's just hope they don't like the taste of demons.
I want that flavor of trauma.
It is taking too few people to be feeding young.
Yeah, I was.
The creature is, by my estimates, a leviathan in size.
Oh, I've seen one of those before. Don't like them. They're very bad.
Well, they did say it was taking down ships, right? Warden says.
Indeed, to my
Is this-
knowledge.
Is this a thoracic leviathan or an abyssal one?
Were there any survivors of those ships?
Were there?
No. As far as you know, nobody has seen the creature. Nobody has heard from any of the people that have gone missing.
no.
You have
survivors.
very little information. Apart from
Not
what
one-
I've given you.
Not one soul has been recovered.
Well, damn.
I wonder.
Shit sailors.
I wonder if the superstitious people listing off. What was the name? Toro Kamui?
What?
Shit.
The name of the monster. They were calling it something.
Rakit, you would
Akikimo.
know there are plenty of people of these superstitious types that are in the refugee camp that could answer those
Yeah,
questions.
she will. She will say, I believe it was a Kikamori. They believe it's some sort of sea god.
Well,
Ah.
there's no time like a present to kill a god.
I love dealing with deities.
I am not particularly familiar with the mythos, However, to my understanding, the creature is supposed to be the god of a specific bay.
Okay, since Brian's part of the Navy, wouldn't he know all sorts of like sea legends and stuff? Would he know anything
Would
about
you
that?
like to roll and see if you know?
I would indeed like to roll. Hold on.
Go ahead and roll let's do a memory check.
Okay, what would a 19 get me?
A 19 will get you this. Ba-ba-bum. I gotta type in your shit, hold on.
Yep.
An awkward silence emanates from this room.
I'm getting a fax from God. Hold your horses.
God is speaking to me!
God has spoken.
Yes. Oh, God, how do I say its name?
Would you like me to pronounce it for you how I've been pronouncing it?
Akoru Kamui is the monster of how do I say that bay? I'm bad with
Ujira.
words. Ujira Bay. It's been the guardian of the bay for as long as I've heard the story about it, which is why the Navy never sends any of its ships there.
Well, that's good to know.
And as far as I know, it's also never left the bay.
It's supposed to be... Gods are supposed to be limited to their domains. Lesser
Especially...
gods.
Continue.
Lesser gods especially. If it is the god of a singular bay, it should not be able to leave. And yet it is.
Not to mention, Japanese deities are more restricted than those of any other culture.
I have theorized that perhaps it is a misnomer, that the creature resembles this deity, and as a result has been accidentally referred to as such. However, to my understanding, it's entirely possible that the creature became somehow unbound. It is an unlikely possibility, but a possibility nonetheless.
Definitely something to keep in mind. It could likely be a different beast entirely, or it could also be a god. And in which case, terrifying.
In which case, just casually become god slayers. Who knows?
Well, not the first time I've taken on a giant hulking beast that couldn't die.
It probably won't be the last either.
But it might be the slimiest.
True. That's why I brought the grill.
You know what? Okay.
Sorry.
It'll probably make for some really good sushi once we kill it. I mean, hey, who's ever had god sushi?
You guys have arrived, you've put your things down, you've met Rakit and Kafele. What would you like to do?
So, how close are we? Which camp are we at?
You are at Kita.
Oh, that's a ways from Uchira Bay. Should we start heading that way? Towards the bay?
You are not going to be able to walk towards that bay.
I can walk towards that bay if I want.
That's gonna take days.
Well, then how do we get there?
I suppose we should ask around. Perhaps we can find some way to predict its next movements, its next place where it will attack.
Rakit, you know where it's supposed to attack next.
You've been given the map, correct?
Indeed.
I have provided the likely next position that this creature is going to arrive at.
Oh, well, that...
If you gaze upon the map, you will see that there is a star.
If you
drawn upon
gaze.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. Then I suppose we should head in that direction?
That's
You're
in the middle
already
of the
in
water.
that direction.
Oh, so they're going to attack
Let's go to
here.
Here.
Yes, that is why you have been taken here and not to any of the other camps.
Good to know. Well, very well. And then I suppose we'll ask around, get all the information we can, and prepare for it to strike. Yes.
It is wise to prepare yourselves. This is not a creature that will... If it is what the people believe it to be, this is a creature that will not die easily.
Not the first time.
Brian, are there any omens foretelling the arrival of the creature?
I can actually answer that above game.
DM, can Brian roll to know of any omens?
I'm really curious what Liam's answer is, but yeah.
Well,
Specifically,
you can still say it. I dropped it.
I can tell you. I mean, I'm assuming with your
say it.
role that you would know about the omens related to
16.
So, specifically, the signs that it is on the hunt is a red sky and a red sea.
Oh,
Awful.
Blood Sea again.
And the people of the bay never send any craft out onto the water whenever the sky and sea are red.
Good if they have to, where they need new sides.
So,
Good thing we've got side wheels.
Getting effects from God.
God facts.
I was
I'm
not
not.
faxing anything.
Okay.
I was. That's pretty much all you know. Again, you only kept the information that was pertinent to you on the ship. You don't go in the bay. That's pretty much all you really know of the situation.
Can Brian go outside or actually, did he remember the sky or sea being red in any capacity?
Like right now,
Yeah, can he go look?
it's very dark. You can't really tell. And it's also been raining, so.
Well, yes, I thought I'd ask.
Well, a red sky does imply that a lot of magic may be involved, and a magical creature is also not fun to deal with.
I believe specifically the explanation that they have given is that the creature is so immense that the sky and water reflect its color. So I suppose if you see red tentacles, that would be a good indication should you fail to notice the sky change.
Well, it may not be magically terrifying, but it's very scientifically terrifying. Though I suppose I'm used to a red sky and red water. Well, wasn't exactly water.
So, what are you guys doing?
Let's go ask people.
You're gonna go out and try and talk to some of the refugees?
I'll let the party do that. Apollyon's gonna go stalk the ocean, keep an eye out.
Stalk the ocean. Okay.
Yeah.
You go outside and start walking towards the shoreline in the distance.
Yes.
He will mention before you leave the last few things that she knows. Specifically, that there are signs when the creature is around of drag marks on the seashore.
Good to know. Yeah, Apollyon's gonna walk around, and he's also gonna look for potential, like, advantageous points in case we engage into combat with it.
start walking. What are the rest of you doing?
Brian's going with the rest of the group to talk to people.
Where exactly are you going about that? Where are you trying to find out about these people?
You know, a good place to find people would be where they have food. So, I don't know what I would ask, but usually it's Pridwin who's the person that talks to people.
Where is food?
Food. Brian is going to sniff the air and smell for food.
Brian, you do smell food. Interestingly enough, it's coming from the area by the medical tents where you were directed when you first arrived.
Brian's gonna be like, I smell food that way. There might be people. And he's gonna point in that direction.
Let's go.
There's food on the horizon.
You guys start walking toward the tent that the smell is coming from. Are the rest of you going, or are you guys doing something different?
I'm going.
Pridwin, Solon, Anna specifically.
Anna's looking for spots where they can shoot from above in case of land fighting.
Quick note for that, a lot of the shipping containers have been stacked into this sort of little shipping container community. There are a couple places where it's high enough that you think you might have a decent advantage. There's also a couple areas on the, some of the shoreline gets a bit craggy and rocky, and you think maybe you could get a height advantage on those.
Okay. Yeah, she's just going to be scouting the area.
So you and Apollyon are together.
Oh, so you run into Apollyon. He looks at you and waves.
There's just sort of this empty stare.
Huh. All right.
Judah waves back.
A look of deepest despair.
Why, hello, Judah. Did she just fall into a depression?
Don't mind her. She's focused.
Oh, okay. I'll let her focus then.
Colts, what's Solon doing?
What is he doing? I haven't really I've been
Fan,
bouncing.
Warden, Brian, and Amani are walking towards a tent near the medical tents, saying that they smell food.
Okay.
Anna and Apollyon went towards the shoreline, and I don't know what Pridwin's doing yet.
Pridwin's gonna head towards the medical tents if no one wants him to follow them.
Katya's gonna go with you.
I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna go over. So, okay, let me ask: are there reports and/or information on previous attacks, or do I have to go find it?
You would assume that that would be in the tent where Rentaru and Waltar that Ryose went into, the command tent.
I'm going there.
Okay. We're gonna start with Brian and Faye since they spoke first. So you two are approaching, following the smell really, into one of the side tents, and as you step inside, it's a very big tent. You can see there's a whole lot of tables set up. There's a whole line, imagine a homeless shelter style of line. People are cleaning up.
Ryan, so is the line still there? They're getting food still?
No.
Okay.
It is just people, workers, from what you can tell, eating what's left over and chatting and trying to enjoy themselves for a moment while also still working.
Brian's gonna walk up to them and be like, hey, sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for some information on a monster my team and I are hunting.
They all just kind of collectively stop and look at you.
They're like, what did you just say?
Hi.
I'm sorry. One of them sets their bowl down. What?
Okay, so my team, it's not my team. my friends and I are hunting a monster which has been attacking some civilians and some camps, and we're here to hopefully solve that problem. And we were looking for some information, and we were wondering where a good place would be to get that.
Jeez, you guys are the ones they picked? One of the girls says behind him.
Nope, we just accepted this mission.
Great.
And we're awesome.
Kind of
Not
planning
exactly
to just...
inspiring confidence.
Well, you don't have to believe in us. We just have to see the proof that's going to happen.
What do you want from us? We're just
Well,
trying
nothing
to...
now if you're just going to be an ass. Have a good day. He's going to leave.
They
Fuck you.
shrug and go back to what they're doing.
Not the very socially adept.
Eh.
Rude.
Really just
They-
calling a bunch of disaster victims asses and leaving?
You two step
Yes,
out of
I
the
am.
tent and see Pridwin and Katya walking toward the medical tents, which are nearby.
Brian's going to go join them.
Faye's
Pridwin,
just chasing after everybody else.
running around, not sure where to go. Pridwin, you, Lunala, and Katya approach the medical tents. What are you doing?
Pridwin is going to probably talk to basically at least let the any like medical staff know that he is a doctor and that he's here to help and ask questions.
You see a very tired-looking charge nurse happily accept any help that you can provide. The medical tent that you are in, one of the several, is full of different people. Most of them are being cared for and are asleep. You do see one girl sitting on the table as if waiting for like a checkup. She appears to be 8 or 9. She's sitting on the table, her feet swinging back and forth. She has an arm in a cast.
Pridwin will come up and politely introduce himself.
She smiles at you, doesn't seem to be afraid of you at all. Still swinging her feet back and forth.
Good evening, I'm Pridwin. May I ask your name?
I'm Hattori. She giggles, looks at you. You have a funny hat.
I get that a lot.
Well, you do, Katya mutters under her breath.
Kind of do, Brian says from behind him.
What?
Like, it looks good.
Weren't
this
you
time.
going... How did you get here? Weren't you going somewhere else?
Well, the people there were kind of rude, so I just kind of left.
You didn't insult them, did you?
No, never.
Stop.
Brian's gonna put his mouth over, or his hand over Faye's mouth, and he's just gonna be like, nope.
In fact,
Prid-
did not.
In
did not.
roll an insight.
You know what?
Can
Yeah.
Brian roll persuasion?
Better roll high, motherfucker.
Nat 20, motherfucker!
Oh,
my
shit.
God. Alright,
No
let's
way.
see.
Bitch.
That was a natural one.
Let's go!
Pridwin,
Pridwin
Brian
is too
seems
tired
pretty,
for this shit.
pretty trustworthy.
Pridwin's like squinting at you and he let you like say that. And he goes, well, it's good to see that you're actually learning.
Oh no.
And he is going to turn to the kid and he's going to try and basically do like a standard checkup, walking her through the process the whole time.
She, as you start to do a checkup, she looks at you kind of funny. Miss Rakit is supposed to be taking my cast off, but she got busy, so she said I had to wait a minute.
Ah, I met her. Yes, we're busy with a very important mission.
She
What?
tilts her head.
So, from what we've been told, there is a monster lurking along the shore.
A monster?
A child!
Is that where everybody locks themselves up at night?
I would assume so.
They're funny.
So funny.
Funny.
I'm not afraid of it.
You're
I don't
not.
think it's a monster at all. I think they're just like Mom. She shrugs. Can I have my cast off now?
What's your mom like?
He will.
Yeah.
He will oblige. Does the cast actually look like it's ready to come off?
The cast looks new.
I mean, during the checkup, was he able to tell if her like, you know, if her arm was still injured and if the cast was still needed,
You
or
grab the folder and you open it, and you see some of Rakit's notes, which are very hard to read. You see that the cast was put on, from what you can tell, only a couple weeks ago.
half of these are just pictures of animals.
It's like fucking hieroglyphs in the chart.
She would absolutely write in hieroglyphics.
Yeah, so you're just looking at like hieroglyphics in all of
You're
the
just looking
areas.
at pictures.
What does an owl mean?
What's funny is Apollyon might actually be able to help you figure that out because he is based on a Greek monster, and Greek and Egypt are very close.
He's not there.
Funnily enough, Rakit and Pridwin both speak Greek.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Pridwin's just kind of trying to decipher this, and he looks over to the kid and says, "Your cast is brand new. Are you sure that it's ready to come off?"
She nods her head. Look, and she reaches over with the arm that's in the cast and picks up a so there's like weightlifting equipment nearby that people are using for like physical therapy. She picks up like a 30-pound weight with her arm, the arm in the cast. Without a problem.
Did he?
See?
When he was performing, are there any records on blood checks?
Yeah.
And what do they say?
That she's clean. There's a big, you see the area, the symbol for blood that you can figure out, and you see a big, X, a negative mark. There's, a yes and a no area, and it's over the no.
You tell me about your mother.
What about her?
You mentioned that she had... that she was, different.
Oh, they took her away.
Oh no.
We were leaving the city and she got scratched by something and she got sick.
Oh.
So then they took her away and they said they were gonna make her better.
She shrugs.
Oh.
That was a couple weeks ago. I haven't seen her yet.
Oh, that's horrible.
I see.
Faye wants to go hug her.
She looks very confused at you looking sad and wanting to hug her.
Brian is gonna put his hand on Faye's shoulder and whisper to her, "Do not let her know that she's probably not going to see her mom again."
You're whispering in Faye's hugging her.
Oh, is she? I thought she wasn't yet. Well,
can Pridwin just shove the two of them away?
Brian is just going to do the Homer Simpson meme of disappearing.
Seaman! Gosh!
Oh my god.
Don't believe that man.
Never
He
mind,
speaks
Brian's
crazy.
not doing that. Never mind, Brian's not doing that. Never mind.
The incredible tact of this man.
Honestly, all of you, I cannot.
Kill me now.
She just sits there swinging her legs again. She does not look concerned.
And what about you? Did you get scratched?
No, Mom pushed me out of the way.
Awful. I hate everything about this.
Oh, that's good.
That's how my arm got broken. She lifts her arm.
Well, it certainly looks a lot better now.
Can I have my cast off now?
Certainly. Pridwin's going to begin the process of removing the cast, and he's gonna continue. So, you said that this creature was similar to your mother in some way. How
No,
specific?
I meant the people that they're missing. She does air quotes. I mean, they're taking people away to make them better, right? So that's probably where everybody's going.
I see.
The old man down by the water says he's seen the sea monster, but I don't think it exists. I'm not afraid of it.
Could you tell us, like, specifically where he is, so maybe we can go talk to him and learn about the monster?
The old man? He sits on the rock.
Okay. Thank you.
She
The
nods.
rock.
You're welcome.
The rock where?
The rock on the shore.
You
Is
know,
the fisher's
the
name
rock.
Johnson?
You know.
No.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pridwin. Yes, I didn't hear the rock. Ah, why didn't I know?
You know the rock? He's
Yeah,
sitting
the
on
rock. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't know.
Is the rock's name
This
Dwayne?
guy doesn't know!
He doesn't know.
He does not know. Well, perhaps I should speak with him.
You
Is
can
there-
try. He doesn't like to talk much.
Well, no harm in trying. Is there anything else that you might need help with?
Me? I just wanted the cast off. But Rakeen said I couldn't take it off until she told me to.
Well, that's her mess to clean up now.
Whoop.
Pridwin's going to add into. He's going to grab like a piece of paper and just leave a note for Rakeen.
Apollyon would have just said nothing and left.
He's just gonna try and explain the situation, and then he's going to give the child a one of the strawberry candies from his bag.
She giddily takes it, unwraps it, hops off of the examination table, and trots out of the tent.
Brian's gonna look at Pridwin and just go, "Where did you get those?"
He always has them. Oh wait, I'm not here.
He always has them, Katya says, unraveling one from her pocket.
Brian's gonna sneak his hand into Pridwin's bag and steal one.
While Pridwin's looking at the bag?
Hell yeah!
Brian, you stick your hand into the bag and you immediately feel claws on your hand.
Ah!
It's his gift for totally not calling people here an ass.
He doesn't know about that.
You
It's his
see
little
two
treat.
beady, luminescent eyes glaring at you from the bag.
Why, hello, what the fuck? I just wanted a
looking at
candy,
it.
man.
You're going to have to try harder than that to steal from the bag.
Bandit
Brian
growls
is
at you.
Brian is just gonna look at him, look back in the bag. Does he see any of the candies?
No, Bandit is sitting on top of the candy.
The treat
Brian's gonna just
demon.
grab Bandit and just move him real quick. Just
Bandit bites you.
ah, damn it, Bandit!
1d4 piercing damage.
Good lord.
Bandit hisses
Brian-
at you and flattens his very large self over the top of the candy.
Brian just glares at Bandit and goes, "You're a very good raccoon."
He squints at you.
I swing back, and then I leave the tent.
Pridwin, you pack your things up, and you notice Katya is making a very strange face as she stands there thinking.
Pridwin's going to look over to her and say, "Is everything all right?"
Oh, yeah. Just weird.
Indeed. apart from you, I've never met any child as capable of mending and lifting heavy things.
Yeah, it bothers me.
It's called buff baby syndrome.
The child is buff.
She tosses another candy in her mouth and shoves her hands in her pockets. Meanwhile, while you guys are doing that, let's skip over to Solon. Solon, you're going to the administration tent. The command tent. If Solon's alive. Solon might be dead.
Can't believe Solon's fucking dead.
Solon, are you eating pot roast?
I just got back from the bathroom.
Ah, that explains it. Solon, you walk to the command tent. There's kind of a commotion coming from the medical tent. You see a very small girl skipping out, eating a candy.
Okay. I just kind of watch her as she, I guess, skips by.
She skips by you, and with like a candy tucked into her cheek, she says, "You have a funny looking weapon." And then just keeps skipping.
Heh, you're funny looking.
Shut up, Xavier says to you.
Good lord.
Yeah, so
Hey.
you walk into the command tent. Ryose is no longer there, but you do see Rentaru and another person that you've never seen before. I'll send you a picture of them in a second.
Okay.
My phone died. Anyways, yeah, they're chilling there. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna walk over to Rentaru and so do y'all have any like field reports on these attacks? Or like damage reports or evidence or anything like that I can look at?
You're saying this like there's actually attacks, the boy says to you. Problem is, we don't have any evidence. Yeah, we would not even know that the attacks were happening if we hadn't put two and two together.
The heck was that?
That was my mic. I accidentally scratched it.
Sounded like a random guitar noise after what the child said. Just bing.
Is Rentaru Russian?
Yes.
Or is that just
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Hey, we were
Walt
the
is not, though.
once.
Walt is Japanese.
Okay.
I just can't pull very good accents for half of the people.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure like
Yeah,
that
no,
was
she's
the accent
very
you used
Russian.
before. Okay.
She's Russian-ish. You kind of get the sense that she's been all over.
Okay. So you're saying they haven't been attacked? That just these camps just vanish?
Let me give you the lowdown, Walt says, and gestures to the map spread out across the table in front of him. So basically, people go missing here and there. You don't really think much of it. I mean, these are refugee camps, right?
Sure.
They could get up and walk off on their own. They could leave. They could go to a better place. These aren't prisons. We're not forcing these people to stay. They don't have anywhere else to go. So you don't notice it. And then the Egyptian girl over there starts talking about how there's no dead things, and so me and Ren here start thinking maybe it is a little weird, you know? And all these superstitious refugees are out here talking about Atkor Kamui, whatever this thing is that they keep saying under their breath at night, and they lock themselves away, and they keep trying to convince us that something's going on, but none of the higher-ups will listen to it. So finally we convince Ryose to hold a little lands meet with all the camps. Turns out people are going missing on a regular basis from all of them. Like, one after the other. And the only way we notice that, he slaps a hand on some papers on the table. medical records. Almost every single person that's gone was sick or injured in some way. That's the only way we can keep tabs on them. We can't number all these people. We haven't taken a census.
Okay. And do we have records of when these people disappeared once we noticed it?
No. We just have people who didn't show up for their next medical check. Didn't show up to get the next pill, the next dose.
Is there any connection between these illnesses and their disappearance?
No.
They're just sick.
Sick, injured. I mean, the chaos of the people trying to get out of the city was insane. We've seen everything from people being impaled by objects, broken bones, any type of illness, and of course one person gets it, and then the entire tent gets it. Spreads through this place like kindergarten. But if you're trying to ask me if we're responsible for making any of these people disappear, no. We have a separate list for that.
Funny. So there's terminal, not terminal, a paper cut. For all we know.
He
It
nods.
just vanish in the night.
This one, broken foot. This one right here, got stabbed by somebody who was looting. This one, common cold. There's no connection, other than they're all displaced from the city.
I see. Maybe our next step is... No. Have you all already set up watch, like, sentries?
Rintaru laughs. Are you kidding me? You think we wouldn't set up some sort of watch? That's all we do now. We keep the peace, and we keep watch on the waterfront and wait for something terrible to come out of it.
No, you're watching the waterfront. No one's watching inland.
We watch everything, but specifically the waterfront at night.
And nobody's caught someone disappearing.
No. And don't you try to accuse us of slacking, she says, pointing at you angrily.
Stolen drugs. No one's accusing anyone of anything. Listen. Our team just got back from the Beastlands in Russia.
She squints at you.
And I can tell by your accents you know exactly what I'm talking about. The shit we've seen there, you wouldn't believe. That's why I'm asking all of these questions.
She sighs, her tension loosening just a bit. I apologize. It is just... everybody keeps accusing us like we are the ones to blame. Like we're not trying hard enough. Hell, half of my command hasn't even slept in days. They're just walking the waterfront waiting for something to happen to them.
Don't I know it?
They're exhausted. That is why we called for help. That is why you're here. Please, end this. So we can get back to trying to help these people.
We'll do our best. But for now, let me take these medical records. I'm gonna have our medic take a look at them and see if a fresh set of eyes can discern any.
This violates so many levels of HIPAA, but whatever.
They're gone. What can they say?
She sighs and hands you a stack of papers.
Thank you. If you think of anything else, you know where to find me. I'm gonna go back to the team's tent.
You walk back to the team tent. Meanwhile, Anna, Apollyon, you guys and Judah are on the shoreline. Anna, you have found some decent sniper points, but not much else.
I hate how low visibility there is with all this rain.
Agreed.
Nothing I'm not used to.
You're also supernatural with a demon size.
Well, it's
and you don't use a ranged weapon. Do you know how hard it is to shoot her in a downpour? My god.
I'm speaking specifically about targeting and finding the monster should it sneak up. Based on what we know, no one's actually seen it and lived to tell the tale.
I'm just gonna say it. Are we sure that there's a sea monster? She stops and gestures. I mean, seriously. You're gonna tell me that thousands of people are stuck here and haven't seen anything? I mean, are we positive that there's
Especially
a sea
one
monster?
that's one with such an obvious tell, like look, sky and sea turns red. Like that's not something you'd miss. Right?
And didn't they say something about it happening in the dark? Like, there's just so much different from this stupid legend that everybody keeps talking about.
That's what I'm interested in. See, the sky and the sea turn red, but no monster can supposedly be seen. It's finding some way to hide itself.
Maybe it's invisible, Judah says under her breath.
That could
Maybe
be a possibility.
It's not actually a monster and it's like a cult or something.
Well, if it is, I don't exactly know if it's a squid or an octopus, but if it is an octopus, they do have natural camouflaging abilities.
You think the island's the thing? Each of these camps are their own little monster that eats people whole?
Like a mimic?
Like the entire island is the monster.
Oh, it's just like sucking people down into the sand? Damn,
That's
cool.
an interesting prospect, but probably not true.
That's metal as fuck. She just slowly looks down at the sand. And I suddenly don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, well, let's see. Well, vantage points would be cool. You guys can try to find somewhere up high to keep an eye out. I mean, with something as big as this, surely its silhouette would at least show up in the moonlight.
I was considering sending up flares, but
no,
I feel like having red flares trying to shine out a red monster would not be the best.
I think we should avoid any ways that would possibly, if it is an instinctual creature, and if it feels like it's being seen or threatened, it might flee, and we can't have that.
Yeah,
we need to find some way
we're not exactly, Jesus, she says.
So, for now, we can keep watch. Maybe there's somebody along the shore who thinks they have seen it.
What if we harpoon it or something? That way
We
it can't
could.
leave. Of course,
A
assuming
harpoon,
that we
yeah.
can see it long enough to shoot it with one.
That would be smart. Or
We would need a really big harpoon.
If
we
we
need some
knew-
way to get it trapped. We know it's going to
We
come
knew a way
here.
to lure it. We could lead it somewhere.
Gather up a bunch of fake injured people.
Fake?
Well, maybe we can... There's lots of fishermen in this area, correct? Maybe we can try to find some way to build a trap that will encase it the moment it tries coming up.
I mean, if it's as big as they say it is, any sort of normal fishing net is not going to do the trick.
Maybe we should regroup with the rest of the people and see what they found out. Then we can formulate some sort of a game plan.
Okay,
Sounds
just
fair.
let me take 1 second. She marks each of the locations, make sure that she knows, like, the best route to get to them, and then hands that to Judah.
You
Alright.
make a good mental note of the different locations. You've got probably 3 good vantage points over the ocean that you've found.
Yeah. Just make sure to get them all marked out.
As you start walking back, you see, unlike the rest of the camp, on a stone that's just a little ways out into the water, there's a figure sitting atop of it. You think that they're keeping watch. You start walking back for the tent, and the rest of you guys all kind of get there about the same time and regroup. I mean, don't everybody talk at once.
Can we prove its existence somehow?
So how was your guys' investigation? Brian says to Apollyon and the others. That were not Pridwin's group.
It was... No.
Brian traumatized a buff baby.
No, I did not.
The buff baby.
No.
Who
Or
did Brian
Beth, maybe.
traumatize? Judah says.
Second. I traumatized nobody. You said not to talk about that, Faye. What the fuck?
Traumatized.
Stop it. No one was traumatized.
So I take it your excursion didn't go well, he says, looking at Brian and Faye. How about you? He says, looking at Pridwin.
Well, I got some information. More questions than answers, though. I spoke with a child at the medical tent who was there for a broken arm. However, even though she broke it a week ago, she is not just in perfect health, she is surpassing perfect health. She was able to lift a 30-pound weight without any effort.
Weird.
I had initially suspected the worst, the possibility of infection. However, according to Rakit's notes, she was completely clean. Her mother, on the other hand, was not so fortunate.
I will also say Rakit's probably in the background somewhere in the tent if you would like her to hear this conversation.
Yeah, she's probably listening for now. Waiting until anybody wants to ask her something.
Solon also walks in holding a bunch of papers. Like, a bunch of papers.
Where did
On
you
top
go?
of-
Library?
I see somebody's investigation was actually fruitful.
I have information. Whether it's fruitful or not remains to be seen. These are the medical records of all of the people that went missing.
Pridwin, a non-medical person, is holding medical records, by the way, so you feel pain.
They permitted you to take these.
Yes.
Insight?
Yeah.
Why do you just not trust us today, Pridwin, with the shit?
What did you roll?
Hold on. Pridwin rolls a... Dice are being a pain. 18. Can you...
Allowed, in finger quotes, him to take them.
Well, I suppose as long as they weren't stolen.
They handed them to me. Whether they stole them from where they got them is not my problem.
Fair enough. Pridwin's going to take a look.
You start thumbing through these medical records. There's absolutely nothing in common. The only thing that is in common amongst all these people is they came out of the city.
This is all they had on the people who have disappeared. They have no idea when, where, how. The only common denominator was injured/sick. From paper cuts to terminal cancer. Sick or injured.
Jesus. Talk about variety.
Every single individual was impacted by some sort of health issue.
From what I was told. Now, that does beg the question. Do people exist that they don't know about? They are solely basing this metric on the people that have missed appointments.
Do they not do head counts here?
Apparently not. Their excuse is this isn't a prison. People are not required to be here.
But you'd think for posterity's sake that they would keep track of people coming and going.
And yet, I don't think we're in a position to complain nor change the way they're doing things.
Sounds a little bit sketch. Just saying.
Extremely sketchy. But
you know, this would be a great time to ask how many people show up
to play their advocate. They are extremely short-staffed, and they are now trying to deal with a complete mass exodus of people who they have no idea where, when, or where they are disappearing to, on top of trying to keep the people who are staying safe.
True.
They don't have time to do a census every day. And
I know, that's
again, to their point, no one is required to be here. They can up and leave whenever they want.
What were you saying, Anna?
How much food is people eating here? Do they visit for a meal every time? And how much do they account for?
I don't know, you could have asked that, except somebody pissed off the people who were working in the food tent.
Yeah.
Brian, you went to go check with the food people, right? How did that turn out?
They did not want to speak with me.
Right, I
wonder why.
They didn't want to speak with you, or you said something that they pissed them off?
Do you mean we can go talk to them now? As we
I
are
was
not
told
you?
not to say.
Fuck you, I'm going to investigate the beach, and he leaves.
Brian just walks out with the body.
I guess that's my answer.
What in the world?
I think it's safe to say I don't think we can get food here right now.
Oh dear.
Good thing I packed rations, Katya says, pulling out a candy bar.
Heck yeah! Good on ya.
In terms of other information that I've acquired, apparently there is a man awaiting the creature out on the shoreline. I don't know if anyone saw him sitting up on the rock.
On the rocks.
little girl
Yeah.
was talking about the man on the rocks.
Oh, so a lot of
Oh.
people are known this guy.
Well, that's helpful.
Rock.
He's Rakit will chime in and say he's the one who suggested that the creature was this god thing. According to him, the creature is taking people, and he is hoping that it will take him. It would
Oh.
probably be wise not to tell him that this creature has a preferred target.
So indiscriminate. Got it. Suppose I would be smart to speak with the suicidal fisherman. No objections? Okay.
He's not fond of giving information. But again, I would advise you refrain from mentioning any of your discoveries to him. I would drag him away from the water myself, but until he's in imminent danger, we are not allowed to intervene.
Very well.
So, what are you guys doing? Brian's walking toward the shore, right?
Yeah.
Alone.
Brian, roll me a perception check. No, he's got a money.
He's got friends,
A friend.
allegedly.
Friend, in air quotes.
14.
With a 14, you make it down to the beach. You notice that none of the tents anywhere anybody's staying is actually on the sand. It's all up just a little ways off of the shore, and this seems very deliberate. It seems like people are almost scared to even touch the sand. You do see a figure. However, the only figure walking around out here, skipping away back towards the camps.
Is it the child that we saw?
Yes, it is.
Brian's gonna make a mental note that this child is skipping on the beach.
You stepping on the beach.
Stepping on the beach.
Wait, is it the same kid that came out of the command tent?
That came out of the medical tent? Yes.
The kid did it.
As you
Kid is the monster.
see the
I'm making
kid
it.
skipping
Oh
away.
my god!
As you see
Did it.
this kid skipping away, you follow where she was, and you see a man sitting on a rock. A lone figure. He's just sitting there on the rock. He's twirling something in his hand. It appears to glint in the moonlight every once in a while.
Didn't a kid mention something about a man on the rock? I'm gonna
Yes.
go that way.
As you start walking that way, the girl skips by you and smiles at you.
Howdy.
Hi! Are you going to talk to the rock man too?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
I took him soup.
What kind of soup?
I don't know. Whatever they fix in the weird food tent.
Good soup. Was it good?
It's just the daily slop.
Those
I don't know, man.
Alrighty, well, have a nice night, ma'am.
You too.
Delicious nutrient paste.
She continues skipping off toward the camp.
Brian's gonna continue walking towards the man on the rock.
You start walking toward the man on the rock. What are the rest of you doing?
Pridwin's probably going to head over that way too.
You guys start walking down toward the shore, and you see Brian approaching the edge of the water towards a rock. There appears to be a figure on it, though it's a little hard to see in the dark. Brian, you are standing just at the edge of where the tide's washing up. The rock is a little ways, not very far out into the water, and the figure is sitting on it.
Catch anything good tonight? I'm assuming you're fishing.
The man doesn't say anything to you. Simply continues watching out into the water.
Were you displaced too by this so-called monster? Brian's just gonna.
from the city.
I was displaced too once. Nothing like what you guys went through. Oh no. Mine was just a small island town that got attacked by a witch.
He stares wistfully out at the water, his eyes glassy.
Nothing we can do to change what happened. We can only try to make things better. Even if it's a pain.
Brian being nice.
Too
Sorry, what was that?
hopeful for my taste.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
He gestures a hand at you to shoo you back away from the water. You notice
Brian's-
that there's a bandage wrapped around his palm.
Happened to your hand?
He looks at it. Fishing accident.
Oh no.
I do not think it was a fishing accident.
I don't think it was. Can Brian roll? I'm gonna roll insight.
Go ahead.
Ah, that's a 5.
It looks like a bandage on his hand. You have no idea what the wound looks like.
Fair. So what is he? What is he? You said he was rolling something that was glinting in the moonlight. What was it? Was it just
You
like a
can't
fishing
tell
rod?
his back is to you from where you're
Can-
standing, and whatever it is in his lap.
Can Brian try to walk like a good, like beside him, but not like directly beside
If
him?
you
like a
do
couple
that, you're
feet
going
away?
to have to get in the water. Do you want to do that?
No. Brian's just gonna stand where he is and just kind of hang out.
You also notice there's a bowl sitting on the rock next to him.
What's in the bowl?
Are you asking him?
No, I was gonna. Yeah, can I roll perception to see what's in the bowl?
I mean, it's a bowl. It's dark.
Oh.
You don't
Oh.
have like a top-down angle to tell what it is. It's just a bowl.
Okay. Then yeah, Brian's gonna ask him what's in the bowl.
He glances at it. The child brought me sustenance.
Sustenance.
Sustenance!
Really putting the sus in sustenance at this tent camp.
How long have you been here?
Here, in the sense of the stone, or the camp, or the city itself.
The camp. Actually, the city. How long have you been in the city? Before it was attacked.
My whole life.
What about the rock?
Yeah, what about the rock then?
He glances at the rock. He thinks. I lost count after 20.
Aren't you gonna eat the soup the girl brought you?
He smiles a little to himself. I do not need it. At this point, the rest of the group, you have made it down to the shoreline. What are you guys doing?
It's a man from the rock!
Yes, Faye. That is in fact a man on a rock, Warden says, patting your head.
I think Faye's gonna bounce over there.
Thinks he's a celebrity.
Oh boy.
Can Anna notice the bandage?
Yeah, as you guys start to get closer, you start making the same observations. He's a very aged gentleman wearing what appears to be some sort of fishing clothes. That or, you know, some kind of someone who used to be on the water. There is, in fact, a bowl sitting next to him. And as he gestures at all of you like he had to Brian to shoo you away politely, you do spy the bandage on his hand.
Excuse me, sir. Did the tentacle monster touch you?
He pauses,
Brian's
hearing
gonna
you
face
say
palm.
this. Aren't you the curious one?
Yeah, I get that a lot.
If you are referring to the thing that hid in the shadows and moved buildings, no.
Well, that's good. I was worried for a second there. Faye's gonna sit down and play with some grass or something.
The sand. Faye starts building a
Heck
sandcastle.
yeah.
You want to build a Sandman? Jesus Christ.
Apollyon walks up as they're all terrorizing this old man.
Terrorizing? Brian's just hanging out.
Yeah, Polya, and you're kind of just standing behind them with your hands in your pockets, watching in disdain.
Yeah, Pridwin's
Cameron's
also just
actually
looking
leaving.
on in abject, like, sorrow.
Apollyon
Abject
looks at
what the fuckness.
Apollyon looks at Pridwin and says, "Should we take over?"
Probably.
All right. You first or me?
I can't say that I... You know what? How about you?
Okay. He walks up on the other side of the man, and
Are you going into the water?
yes.
Straight up casually just like, hello,
Oh my
Sarah,
God.
out in the water.
Are you sure you want to do that?
What is something gonna snatch me up?
Yep, the answer is
Do it-
yes.
do it and
I would
find
not
out.
recommend.
You
You're
know
gonna
what?
Get touched by the tentacles, man. Touched by
You-
the tentacles.
He
You
is
know
the
what? If
tentacle.
this solves the mystery, I'm going in that water.
You're going in the water?
Yeah.
Okay. You step into the water, and you start walking toward the rock. You make it to stand next to him. The water's only like a teensy way up your shins. The rock isn't too far out.
Okay. And
He doesn't look at you, much like the
yeah.
rest of everyone.
he's also looking off into the distance, and he says, "What are you searching for?"
Not searching.
Then, what do you see out there?
He stares for a long moment. A dark, lonely place. But nowhere near as lonely as this.
Cold, dark places don't always have to be a source of loneliness. Can too be a source of comfort.
Indeed. I
Don't
enjoy
have
the
to.
quiet.
The quiet is nice. I come from a place, well, once ruled over a place that was quiet, out of the bounds of chaos. What?
So we're having important lore conversations in Faye. I'm from the seashell.
Yeah. Face having a fucking.
Honestly, thank
Faye's
you.
having fun. Leave her alone.
Yeah.
Brian is still standing there.
And he's still looking away. He says, "And what's your damage?"
A bit of a loaded question, that one.
Always is. Hard to spell out everything that would be in a question like that.
Why can't all of you just let me be at peace? I understand the child. She brings me food, tries to talk to me. Even the girl in gold has spoken to me on occasion. And now... He glances over his shoulder disdainfully. This
Yeah, they're a bit chaotic. But I'm here because I want to try to understand you.
There is nothing to understand, and your energy is wasted. The answers you seek in regard to this, he gestures at the water, will not come from me. I simply wish to be left at peace.
Very well. Then may I ask one last thing of you before I leave?
He waits.
Would you be comfortable sharing a bit of wisdom with us before we move on in our mission?
His eyes soften at that question. What answers do you seek?
How can you see what is not seen?
Do you mean her?
General question.
One simply has to know where to look.
Apollyon seems satisfied, and he gives the man a nod and walks away.
Apollyon walks back toward the shoreline. The
Mhm.
rest of you watching as he steps back onto the sand next to you.
Faye wants to give the old man the seashell.
Faye, are you gonna get in the water?
You know what, bitch?
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yep.
Oh, I heard dice roll. Oh no.
You
It's
pick
gonna
up
be
the
a long
seashell.
night.
You walk toward the edge of the water,
Your
bouncing,
time has come.
really excited. You step into the water and approach the old man. He glances at you.
That's my damn fake won't work.
Okay. Anyways,
trying to make
I
math
just
moment.
need Ryan's and it's fine. Anyways. Here you go, sir. Take care.
He
And then she's just gonna turn around and leave.
He reaches out and takes the seashell from you. He looks at it, curls his fingers around it, and rests his hand back in his lap. You walk back toward the shore. You step back onto the sand next to everybody else.
We have to know where to look. Apollyon is very much pondering something right now and not speaking with the party.
So is Brian. He's confused about the part where the old man said he doesn't need food.
Are you guys
I'm very
just
confused
standing
by
on
that.
the sand a little ways away from him, talking about it?
it?
Oh my god.
Apollyon just
Vampire
walked away.
question mark.
Pridwin, did you want to do anything?
As Apollyon leaves, Pridwin's going to turn and ask him if he's actually gained any information.
Apollyon looks at him and he says, I've had my... Well, how would I describe this? He gave me something I can work with.
Do you mean...
He
Can we
doesn't
stop...
He
Can we
doesn't
stop
actually...
harassing this poor man?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's why I walked away. We should probably leave.
Good.
You guys are standing in a huddle, talking about this old man,
Like 5 feet
literally
away.
like 5 feet away from him.
Yep. As we do, honestly.
Hmm. I'm thinking. I'm really thinking hard. Okay, I have.
Do with that what you will, Anna.
Oh no. I have a plan for how we could possibly.
No.
What are you saying? Oh no, to?
What are you saying? Oh no, for now I'm curious.
Anna's
Before I
pointing
say
over
anything.
at the rock.
Yeah, Anna is sitting in one of her sniper spots that she set out, and you hear Anna saying this through your interlink.
Apollyon's going to turn immediately, stopping his thinking.
What is happening?
You turn and stop your thinking and look at the rock. There's only a bowl of soup on the rock now.
Nah, fuck.
Great.
Oh hell nah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to enact my plan. In Apollyon's interlink, he's going to say, "Trust me."
You gonna say what?
I do not trust you.
Brian is
Every
gonna
time you say that, I get very worried.
Yes, I know.
Every time you say that, I trust you a little less, okay?
Apollyon is worried too, but I want to reveal whatever the fuck this thing is as fast as possible. And if it is a sea creature, because it's in the water, I have an idea.
Brian's gonna get ready, roll one step just to get the fuck out if he needs to.
Yeah, everyone, I'm just gonna let you guys a minute to prepare for Apollyon to take his action.
Oh, great.
Oh, God.
Apollyon, arches forward on the balls of his feet. What are you guys doing?
Brian's gonna back up to, the shoreline, and... Or I guess not the shoreline. Where, the camps are. The edge of the camps and the beach.
So the edge of the sand.
Yeah. And he's gonna
Anna's
get
going
ready
to-
to cast Whirlwind Step.
Anna's gonna go into weapon form and prepare a. It's not really a spell, but just try and launch a bunch of arrows into the sky, long arcing shots.
Okay. Anybody else?
Pridwin's gonna transform and immediately, Can he see anything in the water?
Roll perception.
And Brian
And
also
you better
roll
roll
perception?
high.
I'm also rolling perception.
Faye's running over to Warden.
17?
Whew. That's a 19.
Pridwin, make another roll for me.
Another roll?
Make
Oh,
a second
God.
roll.
Oh, no.
Double 19s.
Oh god.
Oh no. This is gonna go so bad.
It's fleeing.
What?
It's fleeing. Do you see it?
I can see it. Do we pursue?
Yes.
Do we have a way to?
Into the water? Warden says to you.
Instantly, the second that they say that, Pridwin is going to activate. Where is it? Here we go. Angedia's Ward. Steadfast ground. Up to 4 other people can walk on water, including myself included. So, Weapon and Meister pairs, 4 of them. How many pairs do we have?
Great question. I believe Brian can
5.
probably fly, so... Yeah.
Brian can fly, so Pridwin is going to activate it on everyone except for Brian.
And can't Apollyon also fly?
No. Well, I mean, if he turns into
Soma.
a bird, he can, but yeah, that's Soma who can do that. Yeah.
I think Faye can, but I'd have to look at her things where she sprouts fire wings or something.
Not yet.
No, I think that's different.
Is it? I don't know.
Here.
I'm just here, guys. I'm
For
learning.
the sake of ease, I'm going to give it to at least everybody who has the expensive movement options when it comes to flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Does Anna get to do the volley now that the creature's been pointed out?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll.
Okay, Faye can also fly.
I was gonna say yes. I'm
That,
trying to find the specific ability, but there is something that gives Faye wings.
It's close to the bottom of the
Yeah.
character sheet, I think.
To be clear, she's not trying to
It's
hit
from
anything.
Ashes.
Is it?
She's trying her best to light up the area.
Okay.
But a 15 on that roll.
You light the area, and you see it for just a second. You see a flash of red.
Oh,
receding into the depths of the water, and putting two and two together with that roll, you remember something on the map. You remember a star out in the water, and whatever it is seems to be moving towards it, where that point should be, logically.
I knew it. Underground caves. I was thinking that this entire time. Okay, yeah, Apollyon doesn't need water walking right now.
Pridwin's going to activate it anyways, but he's going to call out, I'm assuming it's moving too fast for us to keep up.
Oh yeah, no, it's moving very fucking fast.
Sort of the gut reaction subsides, and Pridwin calls out, "It's not wise to pursue it to its den."
Shouldn't we investigate or something? Judah says.
We should, but we should make sure we know what we're doing first.
Do we have enough time to launch an arrow at it? Or is it too far deep?
It's too deep is the problem. Like, whatever it is moving on the bottom.
If this thing can move, it's going to move again.
The problem is it's moving way too fast for us to keep up. If it's going to move to a different location...
Who here can create barriers?
Pridwin raises his hand.
Anyone
I'm
else?
doubtful they'll be useful underwater, though.
Trust the process. Anyone else?
Nope.
Katya slowly raises her hand.
Great. I have a plan. It might, possibly, low percentage chance be risky, but it could theoretically work. If we can, how would I put it? Create a barrier around a space in the water where there's a separate space of water with inside of the barrier, correct? I could theoretically drain the water and beach it, essentially.
From the ocean.
Did that make any
Yes.
sense to you? Warden says to you, Faye.
But I don't know how big the creature is, so I need to know how big the creature is before
It was red, so we can be fairly confident in saying that it's probably the same creature that the people are talking about. That means it would be large enough to swallow ships whole.
Great. Awesome.
At minimum.
Okay, so I can create a trap in that case, if we see it again. Nothing is stronger than the currents of the ocean.
What if it's going, like, into something?
That's what I
hear
think.
Warden say.
I was curious about... Oh,
Can we assume that there's, like, air down there?
there should be.
For the creature...
Wait, what?
The creature would not require oxygen in order to survive, so I'm not entirely sure.
But we do. So maybe we can follow it.
If we're sneaky, it could probably be okay.
I mean, you can breathe underwater, can't you? Judah asks you, Pridwin.
I can.
And you're
I'm
covered
not-
in metal, so it's not like you'd be that tasty.
This thing's eating ships.
I have a plan, but it's up to the DM if she will allow this.
Uh-huh.
Pridwin,
Yes.
I pull Retatosker from the void.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, Retatosker.
Not
Oh
again.
no.
Hear me out. I pull Retatosker from the. You take him. Go down underwater to where his hidey hole is. He creates a portal, and we go through it.
That is a functional possibility, but I'm still worried about the idea of going into this creature's den without any knowledge of what's going to happen.
Do we
My
really have
theory-
time to think about that if it just took that old man?
Yeah, we're kind of running on a schedule here.
Okay, quickly.
ball.
Okay, quickly though. I have been curious about its routes it's been traveling. I believe there's a lot of very long tunnels underground, meaning that it's probably gotten to its main den by now. We would likely be safe if we went through those tunnels.
Are you about to give me a Hollow Earth theory synopsis?
Oh my fucking
No,
god.
there are lots of underwater tunnels in the ocean, okay? This
There
isn't a
are
Hollow
lot of
Earth thing.
cave systems underwater.
Yeah. I do believe it's going through those because the Tateyama camp is very... You have to go all the way around that cape to get to it, and that creature, even though it's fast, I feel like it would be more efficient to go through a tunnel.
That may be possible. I suppose we can swim through and try and get some sort of passage. In the meantime, I recommend you alert everyone else as to what is happening.
Will do.
Ryan.
So what
Apollyon's
exactly
gonna...
is happening right now, and what is your plan?
Okay, Apollyon's gonna
Pridwin's
summon
diving-
Mara. Oh, yeah.
Or Pridwin's gonna take Ratatosker and then dive into the water.
Are you taking your wife?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
I'm assuming that she's wielding him.
Okay.
Yeah. Ratatasker's very peeved right now.
Fucking Ratatosker. So you two start swimming.
Pridwin will be moving along the bottom of the ocean, trying to basically remain unseen. Fortunately, since there's no sunlight, there's nothing for his armor to reflect off of, so he should
Yeah.
be actually kind of stealthy for once.
And
My second
Apollyon-
question is, how are you gonna navigate? How are you
Oh.
navigating right now? Because it's dark and you're just in the ocean.
Lantern shield.
Does-
Oh wait, that's light.
I mean, he could light himself up. The other question is, would his vision or other senses be better underwater, since he's
Your
not
other
just a sea
senses.
creature, but he's an abyssal creature?
Your other senses are extraordinarily better underwater. And in
So-
fact, roll for me.
Oh boy. Perception with advantage?
Yes.
Yippee! Thank God for advantage. That's a 15?
With a 15, you can hear the sound of something large moving through the water. That's what you're following. Lunala does not look pleased about this situation at all. She is having like a full-on anxiety PTSD attack being back under the water.
Pridwin's going to do his best to try and just reassure her.
Yeah, she ain't pleased. You guys keep going. What are you guys on the beach doing?
Apollyon's gonna summon Mara, and I'm gonna command her to go alert the leaders.
Mara bows her head and then disappears.
Okay.
Anna is going to good old Apollyon because
Mm-hmm.
he likes to get up in the face of the enemy
Uh-huh.
and be like, "All right, Guardian, keep an eye on him."
Eyes up, Guardian.
And summon
Eyes up, Guardian.
summons a
Go
radiant guardian.
down.
Oh shit.
You now have a guardian angel on your shoulder.
Oh shit.
We've woken the hive.
We've woken the hive. Oh, that was last mission.
Whether we wanted it or not, we stepped into a war with the squid in the ocean.
True. There is the exclusion zone. Do I get to know what this guardian does, or is it just hanging out?
DM, can I keep it a secret until it
Yes.
actually comes into effect?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Apollyon's chill with this.
You have no idea what's happening, Apollyon.
Okay. Awesome.
If I remember correctly, this thing is like a literal angel the size of a human being sitting next to you.
Oh, it's a diva. Cool.
It's all full on like human, but she's radiant, and the fact that she's been assigned to you is amusing. So she is sitting on your shoulder.
I'm just imagining there is like a death glare.
She does not look pleased about the fact that you're the person that she's with.
He waves and then looks back at the ocean.
Prove when I sent you something.
Oh boy.
She is in sentinel mode.
Correct, thank you. I was about to ask you which one she was in.
Wonder what facts the pretty one is getting. Curious about that.
Alright. I have provided my retort.
Things are happening.
Things are in fact occurring.
What
Yep.
things are happening?
Things are happening.
Of the thing variety?
Yes, very
Nice.
much of the thing variety. What kind of thing is not known.
Yes, I see. I'm assuming the underwater variety of thing.
Yes, quite possibly the underwater variety.
Very much the underwater variety of things are happening.
Is it
I
rather
heard,
fast or
I
underwater?
heard your voice saying that out loud in my mind. I just want you to know.
Oh god.
Dear Lord, she's going crazy.
Oh,
Under the Sea is currently playing.
oh god.
Under the sea.
Well, are we fighting Ursula?
No, we're fighting the
Oh, no.
crab from The Little Mermaid. Name I don't remember.
Sebastian?
Yo, yeah, that guy.
Isn't he a
Although there
lobster?
is, to be honest, I googled
Is he a lobster? I
the
thought he was a
monster
crab.
name.
He's
Oh,
a
yeah,
crab.
he's a lobster.
We're fighting the
crab.
shark from Nemo.
No, Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce! Not Bruce.
Pridwin, what are you doing? I need to know.
I've sorry, I forgot to send it.
Okay.
He's just sitting there menacingly.
He's just
Okay, hold on.
standing
I'm gonna,
there.
for the sake of not having to literally type all of this out, none of you metagame. Pridwin,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
you surface, and you find yourself in the system. Breathable air. A large amount of space. Lunala hoists herself up onto a rock and uncomfortably looks around. And you see something, and you almost don't recognize it at first. Roll like a knowledge check for me. Roll a wisdom check.
A wisdom?
Oh shit.
Wait, not an intelligence?
I'll I'll allow wisdom or intelligence, which I couldn't remember which one was higher for you.
Okay, I can't remember.
I thought your wisdom was higher, so I was trying to give you a better chance of knowing what the fuck's happening.
Oh, no, his wisdom's very bad.
Apollyon is the wisdom guy.
Okay, excuse me then. Intelligence, if you don't mind.
So, that's gonna be a soft 20.
Soft 20?
Soft 20.
Dirty.
Between you and Lunala,
Still.
sharing a mind as you are one together, you look around and you realize it. The glow is coming from these orbs hovering all over the cave, and it takes you a second longer to realize they're souls. Hundreds of souls hovering, lifeless, in the cave.
Blue or red? Or other color?
All
Or the
of them.
mysterious third option.
The mysterious third option.
Secret option number 3. Yes.
Just fancy home decor. It's fine. It's found in all caves, guys. It's fine.
Tempting as it is to take the souls for myself, for the sake of time and also not being a dick, Pridwin is going to deploy the tactical rodent.
Yes, the tactical rodent.
Pridwin, you pull Ratatosker out. Ratatosker looks at you and is not pleased with the situation.
Yeah. What is going on?
I don't know what you're saying, but I promise you, this is all we need you to do. You need to open a portal to the surface, back where Apollyon is, and then you can leave.
Unhand me, fish person. Apollyon is gonna... Not Apollyon, I mean Ratatosker is gonna wave his hand and make a portal.
Do you open a portal?
Yes.
Apollyon, you're standing on the shoreline with the rest of the group, watching the water very carefully. When all of a sudden, the air around you distorts, and immediately a portal opens next to you, and with it a direct spray of seawater that just drenches you.
Never doubt my tactical genius.
I think you mean rat genius.
Radical genius.
The rat can summon a portal. I think that counts as a smart rat.
You look at the surface of the portal, and from what you can tell, it's dark and murky. There's a strange glow coming from it, but it looks like some sort of cave that they're in.
I knew it. Okay, after me, after you guys.
After
you guys
me.
After me!
And Brian,
Well, that's why the Guardian's here. You're going first.
Ah, shit. Okay, I'm going first, guys. After me.
He was chosen.
Apollyon enters.
Apollyon goes in first. Pridwin, Apollyon comes through the weird ripples in the air.
Never doubt
Apollyon. I will not stop doubting you, but I am very glad you're here.
Alright, what's the situation? Holy shit, are those souls?
The rest of you start to follow?
Ooh, pretty light.
Yes.
You all, one by one, make your way through the portal with your partners.
Alright, Ratatosker, can you hold this portal open?
Ratatosker cannot.
Fuck, okay.
You all, as a group, collectively get through the portal and find yourselves in a cave, and as described, there are strange objects hovering around you. Hundreds of souls without bodies, just waiting to be collected.
That's not good. Suppose we should collect the red ones. Maybe some of the purple ones. Are there purple ones here?
As you say this, from the water, something bubbles.
Don't say
the surface of the water is
I do not-
disturbed, and then another soul drifts upwards to join the others.
Well, shit.
You hear a rumble from somewhere within the cavern.
Oh boy.
Fortunately, I do not think we're going to be We're not going to have time to collect souls for now.
I think
I think
we'll
we
have
have
plenty
more
of time to
pressing
murder
matters.
this thing, though. Alright, does it know we're here? Should we grab its attention and get us to fight us?
You could try to drop the cave on it if your rat can make another portal.
I don't think his portals work like that.
Okay.
But
Never
we can
mind
try
then.
other means of collapsing the cave, but we wouldn't be able to collect the souls. Let's try to fight it.
You
But where
guys
is it?
are in a cavern. It seems like the cavern kind of branches off in different directions into sort of tunnels that border the water. You could also go into the water and explore. What do you guys want to do?
And Brian, you said there was a rumbling. Is it coming from one of the tunnels or the water?
You can't tell. It's one of those things where like the entire cave just rumbles with it.
And I was going to do the same trick she did earlier and volley a bunch of light arrows.
You volley some arrows, lighting up the cavern. You don't see anything in the water yet.
Faye is going to sit by the water and just poke it.
Hey, you poke the
Very
water.
unsure.
The water
Brian's,
is cold.
Brian's gonna prepare to cast Blessing of the Storm in case he needs to make a quick escape from something.
Okay. You ready in action?
I'm gonna cast it before if we get into combat. Jesus Christ, cat.
What are we doing? Judah says, looking at the rest of you.
Great question. We need
Preparing
eyes
to
on the
make
creature.
calamari, I think.
Yes, I brought the grill.
Don't break the grill.
To the cave.
It's in my shadow. Don't worry. Unless I die, it won't be destroyed.
We need to exercise extreme caution.
Agreed.
Stop stabbing me, cat. Goddamn.
Never.
Perhaps.
You hear another sound rumbling through. A strange, eerie noise that you can't quite define.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. I believe we may be in trouble.
Just a little bit of trouble.
Anybody want to roll me perception?
Sure.
Can Pridwin's
Sure.
previous perception
Seven.
carry over?
No.
Maybe a little
18.
You're not under the water again.
Does a 7 get me anything?
18.
more.
Here, I'll put it in group rolls.
Please.
Oh.
There's too many
Yeah.
numbers.
Damn.
Damn.
Double.
Damn. Faye found an interesting rock.
Uh-oh.
Faye found some seashells.
Some bad things might happen.
Faye is not paying attention. She's too amused with the water. But with that nat 1,
Jesus Christ.
Oof.
as you are leaning over the surface of the water to play with it, your wet skin slides against one of the stones and you cut your palm.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This
Oh
This is
no.
bad.
Seeming oddly familiar.
Faye, I'm just going to say now, you're in for a century of hurt.
She's been mocked!
Let's see. Who else?
She just got mogged by
needs
a rock.
message?
Well, damn. There's roughly a 50-50 chance that one day we will have to kill Faye.
Pridwin, Apollyon,
Yes.
you guys, with that perception check, see a disturbance in the water coming from a cave on your left. as if something large is moving around in the distance, causing the waves to rumble towards you.
Oh. So do you guys think this thing can eat continents or maybe like small villages?
Entire ships.
Somewhere in between that and entire ships, like we've said.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying like, about what scale is its maximum?
Yeah, but do you think that we'd be the size of like a sesame seed or a raisin for
I
it?
think like a grain of sand.
Yeah, probably
Sand?
that.
Nobody likes eating sand. Why does it like eating people?
Are you speaking from
What if it's
personal
actually
experience?
stuck down here, and the only way
Yes.
it can interact with the outer world is through its tentacles? So that's how big it is.
I am failing to understand what you said, but I'm gonna roll with it.
I don't like that. Judah says to you. Faye, I sent you a message, by the way.
Oh no.
The end is coming.
The end is near.
Rest in peace, Faye. It's nice knowing you.
Yeah, it was good to know you.
So the rest of you, what are you doing? I've sent some of you messages based on those rolls.
Oh, you have.
I didn't get it.
Me, I've got nothing.
I told you guys yours since you rolled the same one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if it's good or bad that I received nothing.
So we got this thing approaching us, right?
You don't know.
Yes.
Just something large moving in the distance that's causing ripples in the water. A slight disturbance.
Gee, I wonder what that could be.
Anna's just writing down things.
Maybe I can
In a
goad it
notebook.
to come out if I grab one of its property.
This isn't Monopoly.
Well, I steal one of the red souls. Clearly it's collecting them. It's quite the collector. Pull it out. Maybe it gets angry and comes out to try to beat the shit out of me.
I guess that works.
It's one way to do it, but if anybody has any better ideas, I'll gladly take them.
I'm just waiting on you guys to tell me what you're doing. While I'm sending faxes to certain important people right now.
All right.
Ryan is.
Pridwin's gonna take a defensive stance in front of Faye.
Yeah, Apollyon's
Drag her
also
away
going
from the
to-
water.
Apollyon's going to take a defensive stance in just
The rock bit me.
general.
In case you guys didn't know yet. Ouch.
That wasn't the rock. That wasn't the rock.
I didn't think that was the rock.
It was Johnson.
Bad rock.
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
Dwayne, you bastard! You can't get away with this, Dwayne.
You won't get away with this again.
He can't keep getting away with this.
It's all about drive.
It's about power.
All right. Well, if anybody would like to communicate what they are witnessing, the horrors they may be experiencing, maybe we can come up with a plan. Or should I just steal one of the souls and see what happens?
Pridwin is going to notify everyone that he noticed something moving in the water.
Yeah, Apollyon, like he's seen it too. Anybody else? Anybody else would like to share their horrifying experience so far?
Experience with what? What? I was spaced out. Sorry.
The giant fucking monster.
I don't know. I just thought it was an old man, but I'm pretty sure the old man was the monster because he said he didn't need sustenance. So that was kind of suspicious.
I'm pretty sure that because he was trying to kill himself.
He was a suicidal old man.
Seashell, okay? That old man deserved to live. Alright, leave him alone.
I'm sorry, I thought he was the monster.
Okay. Anna, you seem like you've looked at something interesting. What have you experienced?
Can Faye set spiderweb on fire?
There's a spider web?
She just says this out of the
No.
blue.
Is there?
I'm just
There better not be a big spider. Hell no.
well.
Oh.
Here.
Oh, rip Solon.
Oh no.
Rest in peace, Solon. You will be missed.
Oh no. Rip.
Get it underwater.
Ruh-roh.
Missed.
No!
But
I'm gonna cry.
Send that joke right back where it came from.
Hell no.
Send it back.
Can I share the lyrics I've written down?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with them. You rolled a 20.
Lyrics?
Alrighty.
Lyrics? What, are you making a song?
What is happening?
It ain't time for a concert, Anna.
Only one of you rolled high enough to hear what's being heard, so.
Put that in general.
Don't tell me this is a siren. Oh god, this is a siren, isn't it? Oh my god.
Oh no.
Ah, fuck.
You can put it in important documents if you want, or I can.
Yeah, keep getting away with
Okay,
this.
yeah, put it in important documents because I can't seem to forward it there.
Okay, I can do it.
Alrighty.
I figured you were just gonna tell him.
Oh, I could have done that, but I wanted people to be able to reference again. So.
Fair.
What if I make you do both? What if I post it after you tell them?
That sounds like a fair deal.
I'm going to try and improvise this, so please bear with it.
It's
But
okay.
It's going to try and sound it as best to what Anna is hearing at the time, anyway. Yeah, she kept big and tall. Come down the mountain to kill us all. The village did cry to the god of the sea, and dragon to the depths did he. Once a spider, now the sea, spinning a web for all of we. Wait, we will for the tentacles call. Come will for each of us all, one and all.
Well, if that's not foreboding, then I don't know what is.
I don't
know. I don't do spiders, okay?
It's a
I can
fucking
live with
spider? Oh no. Oh no.
Murder it. Murder it.
It's a wet, slippery spider.
Oh god, not a slimy spider.
What?
Thank you for making me choke on my water.
What? Where are you hearing this from?
He points over to the right tunnel.
I take it we want to go that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me out. We go through the left tunnel instead.
Alright guys, let's
I feel like if we're going to kill this thing, we're going to have to follow this infernal song.
Or hear me out. The left tunnel, we could surprise it by coming up behind it.
I don't think that's
You
how
have
tunnels
no
work.
idea where that tunnel goes.
It don't make no sense.
Okay,
Whichever
boys.
way the spiders don't come from
Okay, okay, everyone. Let's go down the scary tunnel where the song about a spider is happening.
Yippee!
He's going to jump on Warden's back.
I calculate about a 40% chance of survival currently. Maybe it'll go up.
How about you stop talking?
Do you all start walking down the tunnel?
Sure.
Yes.
Quietly, perhaps?
You're in giant metal armor prison.
I mean, true.
And my dog is whining, so I'm gonna have to take her out soon.
You guys start
Alright.
walking, making your way down the tunnel. And it's only after you get a little ways into the tunnel that you start to hear the melody that Anna was talking about.
We all need to plug our ears. This is bad.
And it's an interesting melody, and it's strange because the person singing, the voice sounds odd to you.
To be fair, the melody doesn't seem to be commanding us to do anything.
Nope.
Yeah, it's not
It's
a
not.
siren.
Just telling us we're all doomed. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing to be worried about there.
This is an omen,
I'm
not a
still
command.
worried.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
still
still
worried.
very scared.
Yeah.
Believe
Well-
me, I'm fucking terrified. However,
You know, I faced down a titan, but even this is kind of a little, I don't like this.
Little freaky.
It's a little freaky.
Yeah.
And I'm the king of freaks.
We're aware.
The voice
Sometimes I get
starts.
freaky with it.
The voice starts to get louder as the song seems to repeat itself over and over. And eventually you find yourself in another, more open room. And there's a figure standing in the room with their back to you. The figure isn't very big. They seem to be playing with something.
Is that the old man's corpse?
not very big as in like the size of a human.
Or it being the old man's corpse. I need
Yeah,
to know.
it's human
where
size.
your
It's
brain
just
was.
not very
Well,
big.
Kick it.
It's the little
No.
kid from the shore.
What is that melody?
What
Is that melody?
Should we say anything, or should we just,
Is it like child-sized?
should we like stab him in the back, or should we talk to him?
Yes.
Apollyon, I
Should
think
we just stab it in the back?
I think you and I should probably approach, considering we are the least likely to die horribly.
Immediately
True.
get
Yeah. Let's do that. Okay, everyone stand back and wait for our cue.
Wait for our cue, he says.
What's the cue?
I'm trying to find the
Need a
damn
safe word.
picture.
What's
that
the safe
I had.
word?
Incoherent screaming.
The safe word. The safe word will be.
I want to know your safe word. You have one?
Well, it changes every
The safe
century
word
or
is,
so.
It's clawing my eyes out. Please help.
No, that was my safe word a few hundred. My safe word now, I'll probably go with, something I like a lot. I'll go with. I haven't really thought about it in 20 years.
You hear laughter, giggling, coming from the figure in front of you.
I cannot
Violin.
believe-
Violin will be it. It's Galing. You ready to go up and try to figure out what's going on?
I think we should probably approach.
Let's
Pridwin's
approach.
going. Lunala's going to begin approaching with Pridwin up in a defensive posture.
Apollyon has summoned Abaddon, also up in a defensive position.
You two begin to approach. You get closer and you realize the object is child-shaped.
Oh no.
Humming.
It's child-shaped.
I called it.
And as you approach, you notice her long red hair. You notice her
Huh?
hair is swaying without a breeze, and as you get closer and she turns to look at you, you notice that her hair isn't really hair at all.
Oh,
Hmm.
Squid Lady.
She
A squirty, if
turns
you
and
would.
looks up at you and smiles at you, Pridwin. Thanks for taking my cast off.
She did call
Are
it.
you fucking kidding me?
Motherfucker.
We should have kidnapped the kid.
Should have just stabbed the kid there.
We should have just shanked the child.
Pridwin just seems dumbstruck.
Are you ready to shank the child now?
What's the matter, Metal Man? Is something wrong?
Faye in the background!
As a matter of fact, there absolutely is.
By the decree of, me, we're going to have to take you in.
Take
Peacefully.
in.
Peacefully. I would like to take you in peacefully.
Oh, that's just not going to happen, I bet.
I want
shake,
to take
shake,
you
motherfucker.
to,
Shake, shake.
jail.
Go to jail.
It's going to be a nicer cave.
It's so funny that you think you can do anything down here.
Excuse me?
You think you're gonna leave?
Okay, let's get to the
After what
shanking
you
now.
saw?
Okay, let's get to the shanking.
I
Pollyon's
wouldn't
gonna
do
prepare
that
an
if
action.
I were you.
Oh no, I'm still gonna prepare an action.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's going. The big bad is going to be its mother, isn't it?
But now that we're here, I do have a question, small child.
Allie, you're not over there.
Oh, I'm not over there. I'm with Faye.
No.
Can I not yell to the child?
What? No, don't blow
I mean,
our
you guys
cover.
are kind of in the background, so I mean.
I mean, you guys are there.
Oh, well, never mind. God damn it.
Okay, I'm going to prepare.
Forgot my question. It's fine.
Oh shit. What should I prepare? What should I prepare?
She takes a step back from you, her smile growing.
I'm just gonna prepare Soul Menace.
She takes another step back, her tentacles furling out a little bit, her smile widening as she goes further into the shadows.
Are we gonna follow?
Is she leaving, or?
No, she's just stepping back away from you.
You're trying to be menacing, but you're so short.
Actually, I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna prepare reversal. Yeah.
Be gone, tiny child.
I'm gonna prepare my hollow purple.
Ryan's gonna prepare Blessing of the Storm again.
Prettyman's just gonna ready an action to
Anna,
like.
I need you to make a dexterity check for Judah. Brian, I need you to make a dexterity check for Amani.
Biscuits. Ooh. Dirty 20.
Anna? If Anna's alive.
Also a dirty 20.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yippee!
Ooh.
Judah shifts a bit, Anna, as she's holding you, and glances down, and you two see it at the same time. There's a red tentacle slowly moving against her ankle from behind you. There's a similar one moving up towards Amani's legs. And it's just as the two of you notice them and roll forward, you miss getting grabbed by them.
Okay. No.
They lift into the air, and you realize the tentacles are massive. These are just the very, very front ends of them. Rearing back almost like snakes.
I think I'd like to not.
I think I'd like to beat the shit out of this kid.
I think it's better than a spider.
I think it still probably has spider properties. I'm worried about that part.
Yeah, me
Get
too.
out.
Hell no. I'm sorry, that's some shit straight out of a horror movie. Hell no.
Ryan's over here like, it's just a child. I'm fine. No. Did you learn nothing?
You as a group are standing between two very large tentacles coming from the cavern behind you. and a small child standing in front of you. What would you like to do?
And I shoot the small child. Oh wait, I'm not playing Valen.
I did prepare an action, for if she makes a move, and I'm not sure if that counted as her making a move.
She didn't make a move.
Oh.
It's totally gonna
She
be
did.
her
She
fucking mother,
did.
isn't
It
it?
wants to
Move.
turn into her
I
weapon
mean, yeah,
form.
she did just take a single step backward. So if you want
Oh,
to
I
count
thought-
that
okay.
as a move.
I was worried about like the tentacles. Were the tentacles a part of her? Or do I not know that?
The tentacles are coming from the cave behind us, not her. So the
Okay.
threat is more likely than not the giant monster.
Okay. If she goes for an attack, I'm gonna use reversal on her.
She's just standing there looking amused.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna wait.
The tentacles hover menacingly. The child watches you curiously. You all stand there frozen.
Ew.
Can Pridwin take an action?
Sure.
I am, in fact, going to... Would it be wise? Would it be wise? It might not be wise.
Be unwise for once. You are bad. Join us in the dark side.
Hang on. How far away is the water down the cave tunnel?
There is water in the little cave that you're in. It's trailed along beside the path that you walked.
Okay, but can I reach where we saw that creature from here? I guess can I reach do I see the tentacles coming out of the water from the distance?
Yes.
Okay. Pridwin is going to call out back off. And he's going to activate Deafening Roar, specifically aiming it for the interior of the water because it does double damage.
You shout back off. The water bursts outward from the vibration. There's a strange screeching sound, and the two tentacles momentarily recede where they came from.
Anna's going to cast Holy Ground.
Okay.
How much size?
Should I roll damage and stuff, or is that not important?
It's not important right now.
Great.
Good God.
I'm gonna have to lose a whole lot of FP then.
I won't make it count for you.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
Brian's gonna walk over to Apollyon and go.
Anna.
We're gonna make calamari.
As you do this, you see the girl's eye twitch, and she takes another step back from you.
Oh, that counts as a move. I'm gonna roll a hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Do it. Hit in the face.
That is a 17 to hit.
Beat the child! Do it now!
It was a what to hit?
Oh, it was 17.
You arch forward to hit her. And you make contact with something.
Oh, yeah, so he's using...
As you
Oh.
go to hit, something emerges from the water beside her with such speed that it's difficult to see. You see a massive tentacle slither around her, taking the hit.
Oh.
She smiles at you as blood gushes from the tentacle, and then it lurches to pull her back into the water.
I have a question. So I'm using a new Shadow Style Reversal, right? It cuts through any obstacle.
For how far?
35 feet.
I gotta calculate. I gotta do math.
Okay.
Tentacle stab motherfucker. Yeah, Paulina, you should steal this thing's shadow. That'd be cool.
That would be cool. I'm probably gonna do that.
Be a little funny.
It'd be a little silly.
You almost sever it.
Oh shit.
Almost. As I said, blood is gushing from the tentacle.
Well, I'm gonna send this GIF in anyway because this is exactly what he's doing.
It damages the tentacle immensely, but it still manages to drag her rapidly toward the water.
All right. What should we do about this?
Is it like how big is it? Because is it like wrapping around her?
It's enormous. This tentacle is huge. Like it's not so much wrapping around her as it kind of like hits and then like I'm trying to think of how to describe this. It's like windshield wiper smacks her into the water.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? Like it's just trying to yeet her away from you guys.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so something is obviously specifically protecting her. So we need to find the source of the creature.
It's not dead. Just a guess
There's
here.
more than one. You mean there's more than one threat here?
I called it.
We should have shanked the child when we saw her. Damn.
Destroy the
like any of
child.
us knew.
I knew there was something
That one-
unnatural about that child,
You
and she guessed it.
hate children, just hate them.
It really is odd how many times we have this conversation of should we stab the child, and the answer
Yeah.
is always yes.
Just do it.
Time and
Yeah.
time again,
Stab the
we
child.
learn that children are actually awful and that we should just kill them whenever we see them.
Honestly, though,
Children
like
kill on sight.
every child we've come across on a mission other than has been a menace.
It's been a what?
Not every child has been a menace, okay?
Well, yes, there
Well,
was
There's
one
a girl
guy
that would
we did
explode.
crab fighting with, and
The
so we
vast
dropped the fucking.
majority,
Yeah, like the children
vast
at
majority
like
of children have been horrible.
And ironically,
like the ones
you
that
did
threw us
kill
into a
the
fight
good
club.
ones that were fighting with the crabs that were just minding their own business. So you did kill those, but you haven't killed any of the other problem children.
Yep.
well,
Yep.
it is what it is.
I hugged her, and now she's trying to murder us.
Shoot her
Next-
with a fire shotgun.
Yeah, next time I see a weird child, I'm just gonna shoot it in the face.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's
I
very
think
fair.
the moral of the story is you should just kill children.
Yeah,
Ah, yes.
That is
That's
definitely not the
moral.
moral of the story. Please
Oh, no, that's
that's
a
don't do this
that's the
to
one
me.
we're getting. That's the lesson we're learning here: is that children cannot be trusted.
Children are evil and the spawn of the devil.
The tentacle, after swatting her into the water, kind of writhes around as it tries to retract, and most of it is just hanging limp. And
Alright.
You're gonna
it
get some sleep.
finally rips itself, like the base of it, free from the injured part, and leaves it writhing on the ground as the rest of the tentacle retracts.
Cool.
So you're left with the very tip of this massive tentacle writhing around on the ground in front of you, spewing blood everywhere.
So what should we do? Should we pursue? I think we should pursue.
I think we have to pursue.
Let's pursue.
Bridwin is going to pursue.
So is Apollyon.
Like, are you diving into the water, or are you going back to the main cavern?
I mean, it dragged her or threw her back into the main cavern, right?
It threw her into the water, so you could assume that that's where she went.
Yeah. Herdwin's gonna stay on land until it's important not to.
Yeah.
You
Is
start walking back toward the main cavern, and you hear more giggling echoing off of the stone.
Do you like my collection?
yes, I'm going to take it after we kill you.
I think it's a little lackluster compared to the real threats we've dealt with.
Really? I'm gonna have to up my game then.
You will have to do
If
better.
it's not enough souls, then it's not enough souls. I have to impress her.
Who?
The new Kishin.
I'm going to guess another witch.
Oh, Apollyon's hair stands on end when he hears the word Kishin, and he says, "Oh, no, 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 no. Bad tentacle girl. No bringing up new Kishins."
Why would I start a new Kishin? But I'm gonna befriend her. Oh yes. I won't be on the wrong end of this time.
Unfortunately, you met us, so we're gonna have to, kill you, most likely.
Assuming you can get through my little pet first.
Then we'll have to kill the pet too.
You have pets!
Unfortunately, we'll have to euthanize your pet.
Dead pets.
You can try.
As you
And
get
I
back
will.
to the main cavern, there's a rumbling. And you see the water surface distorted, and a tentacle rises from it and slams into the wall. Another tentacle emerges and slams into the ceiling. And then another, and another. Until this dark red object rises with it out of the water. Some horrible amalgamation, a cross between an octopus
And a
and a
spider.
spider. As it clings to the ceiling, this massive creature looks down at you with fangs dripping with a bluish liquid, and sitting on its back is the little girl. She smiles at you.
You can leave now. I'm only taking what I have to. Just the ones that are already sick and already injured.
Unfortunately, we are obligated to take you down.
This
You
isn't
could-
the time to try and play morals. You've already made yourself abundantly and obviously an issue of ours. We're not letting you leave here alive.
And unlike most
She
people,
shrugs.
my morals are quite ambiguous, so even if you think you have a good purpose, I'm still going to kill you.
I don't even know if Brian has morals.
That's a great question that has no answer.
He is a force of pure chaotic will.
I'm just
All right.
giving you a chance. I didn't have a quarrel with you. You gave me candy.
She smiles.
I liked that. Nobody's ever done that for me before.
Well, if you come with us, oh,
I
well,
gotta do what I gotta do.
She pats the creature on its back gently. It lets out another shriek.
you don't have to do anything. You could come with us quite peacefully and let us murder this giant thing, or maybe we can take it home as a pet.
She just watches you curiously for a moment.
Well, I guess guess that's that then.
It's definitely a shame. I would have liked to have that creature as a pet in my castle one day.
Yeah. Well, let's get to it,
she says, lifting a hand, and the monster raises a tentacle in your direction. And that's where all of you are gonna have to roll initiative. Next week.
Let's do it. Oh.
Next week, fuck!
Damn it.
Next week? You mean the week after next week?
Week after next session.
Oh, forklift.
I wanted to beat the shit out of this thing.
I wanted to beat a tentacle monster today, damn it.
I was ready for combat.
I mean, if you would like to continue, it's 10:30. I know some people have places to be.
I just have to be heading to work by 11:30, so as long as we finish in an hour.
Yeah, I doubt that's
I mean,
okay, well then
combat
the week after next one, I guess.
Yeah, combat typically takes a little over an hour at the very least.
Yeah, I'm okay with the Wade, even though it is kind of the
It's good
cliffhanger.
suspense. It's fun.
We could have beaten it if we killed the child, I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, no, we absolutely could have, but we didn't know the child was even a thing. Child murder.
No.
So yeah, I will. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yeah.